Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. Very late and very questioning today. And with me, I have a big brain panel consisting of Mr. Ty Beard.
Hey, man.
How's it going?
It's going great.
We have Mr. Uncivil Law.
How's it going?
Hey, good, man. Glad to see you back. Thank you for coming on short notice. It was late minute cancellation, so I really appreciate you coming on and filling in. And welcome to the Big Brain panel. And then, of course, we have founding member Mr. Stephen Burch.
Hey,
that's called charter. He's a charter member.
Well, charter,
Nicholas.
founding member, signatory. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We are here, and it is. It's an interesting time. It's an interesting time.
Boy,
in the nation. We're on the cusp of a presidential election. We've got. I've got a couple things to kind of talk about. Some stuff has been touched on from time to time, but we have different voices on here, so I kind of like to get some opinions. But then there's new stuff, like the New York Post got unbanned from Twitter today, despite Mr. Dorsey speaking under oath to Congress that they couldn't get unbanned in the way that they ended up getting unbanned.
Well, and that you could in fact post the article, which, Cruz fires back with, that's a felony to lie under oath. By the way, when did Jack Dorsey become homeless?
Right? There's not a big difference between billionaire and guys shitting on the street in San Francisco. Apparently. It's really,
why not be both? Why not be both? That's all I'm saying.
Well, I had always thought that Bill Gates was the world's greatest lottery winner. Because somebody was going to sell the operating system to IBM for their IBM PC. Just happened to be Gates. Could easily have been the people that did CPM, whatever. And that's fine. I don't grouse him zillions of dollars, but he is an idiot, and I don't like, and I don't really care about his opinion on anything. But after listening to Dorsey, I'm going, holy crap, this guy makes Gates sound like Einstein.
Oh yeah,
he is a dipshit. I was going, I don't believe this. So congratulations, Dorsey. You're now the world's greatest lottery winner.
Waffle Ganger says Jack looks like Bin Laden. Which is not far off. He looked terrible, but it wasn't just like the giant hobo beard, because I guess you could rock the look or whatever, or the nose ring, which I felt a little weird, but it was his demeanor that was really killing me. I'm like, he looks like
man.
Yeah.
Like I don't know.
Right, like he's just so over the Congress.
Yeah. Well, if their play works, he's got nothing to worry about. If it doesn't,
does he do no prep? Does he do no mock questions or anything? Because it just feels like he has no grounding in what's going on. Zuckerberg is a little bit too much grounded. He's too stoic or too robotic.
Well, at one point his contact lens slipped and there was a lizard eyeball. So there was that.
I think the oversight you have, Kurt, is that Zuckerberg actually does the same amount of prep as Jack, which is 0. But I've got this figured out. Jack is still a mortal man, and he's just unprepared because he finds himself to be invincible. All of these politicians are literally at the mercy of his platform. But Zuckerberg is different. Zuckerberg is no longer human. He's been replaced. Right. He's been replaced
he was
by
never human.
No, he was in college. And then
Nick, is he an android or is he a cyborg? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I think he's technically,
or is he some entirely new life form?
No, here's what happened. His computer killed him and hollowed out his body and built a 3D printed exoskeleton and then plugged in to the Facebook AI. And so Mark Zuckerberg is no longer man. He's a skin suit, of course, because you have to maintain appearances. But he is actually, I guess it would be a cyborg because he has organic parts, but they're not necessary for the function of the being. So I'm not sure how we classify it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Solon the Lich got it. He says he is a soyborg.
Okay, that's an early internet winner for the night.
But no,
I am stealing that for my Facebook post later on this evening. Just but I'll give him credit if I can remember. Soyborg.
I do think that Dorsey and Zuckerberg believe they are immune to the rule of law. I genuinely think that. To your point, Kurt, about how did he do no question prep? I don't think he did. I don't think he considers
he's too arrogant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, well, that's the problem. And I was an engineer, and I think that's you get computer engineers, computer programmers, and they think they know everything. I did, and then you get into real life, and you realize, wait a minute. But they've never had that. They got to do the programming, and all of a sudden it turned them into billionaires. I mean, they've never experienced the realities of life. They're like, I can solve problems, and I became a billionaire. I am God. I mean, they've never seen real life.
Based on the evidence, I don't fault them for their assessment.
No, they're doing better than 99. You can add a lot of 0.9s after that of the world. I mean, they're making good assumptions.
Well, that's one of the reasons why they universally despise Trump, because Trump has been successful in literally scores of businesses. I remember asking somebody one time, it was a different context, but I said, who do you actually respect more, Bill Gates or Sam Walton? And the answer is obvious, Sam Walton, because Sam Walton built Walmart from one store. Gates was a lottery winner, and all these tech guys are idiot savant lottery winners. I don't, look, good for them. Hell, I don't think I'd be quite as arrogant if I won that lottery. I'd be a lot more thankful. But somewhere in their little hearts of hearts, little brains of brains, they know that they actually got lucky. And that they really didn't deserve, to the extent you deserve anything, that success.
I don't even know.
Gates literally stole another person's operating system and sold it to IBM.
I don't even know. Did Jack code Twitter? Is Jack like the Cinderella story, but of Twitter? Like, I know Zuckerberg actually made Facebook along with like another guy or whatever, but he built it at least. I don't know. Yeah. Did Jack do that? I can't. Every time I've ever seen him, I can't imagine him having a skill.
And that's funny because I don't actually know the answer to that. I don't think, like everyone else, like I know Bill Gates' story. I know Zuckerberg's story. I know Steve Jobs' story. I know like these people's stories. I don't know Jack Dorsey. I just know he's a billionaire that is involved with Twitter. And I don't know that he coded it, but there's not anything to code. I mean, by the time he built Twitter, I mean, it's not like some, magic thing he did. I mean, it was, here's 140 characters. I mean, I don't even know that he was involved in the programming part of it, other than he may have been. He doesn't have the backstory that the other tech billionaires have.
Right.
Well, that's an interesting point. You're right. Twitter isn't a very complex platform. And
that's why it's there. I mean, it's the opposite of that. Like it went from, like you went from MySpace not that long ago where you could have music and backgrounds and, to all of a sudden all Twitter does is it's like a text message based platform. And I use it all. It's the only social media I really like. But it's not the technological advances.
So Jack really just had a good idea and marketed it.
I think,
or someone marketed it. Anyway.
If I remember the origin of Twitter, I don't know if Jack may have been the guy to start it, but it was to like create lunch plans with coworkers. So that's why the character limit existed, because it was literally like you just needed to blast out. Yeah, it was like you say restaurant name and time and hit send, and then they'd be like, yeah, word, what up? And then they'd go and show up at the restaurant. It was a simple messaging app that didn't need any of the complexity of the rest of messaging apps. But
Yeah.
but
Well, you
that's
remember Facebook started as
Is that,
basically.
if that's the case, sorry, I mean, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. That's fine. I
Oh
thought you
no,
were probably going to say something more important.
As a computer programmer, like that was at 9:00. The biggest thing we had to worry about was where are we going to lunch, and that was the so if that really is how he came up with it, I'm changing my mind on Jack Dorsey, because that's an amazing idea. How do we figure out where we're going to lunch?
yeah.
So,
It's a marketing triumph. I mean, really, it's the idea that we're able to sell that to the rest of the universe, or market it. Now, what I was going to say was Facebook started out as a platform for sexual assault and harassment, and I really think that I think that Zuckerberg should pay reparations because
I was going to say I was pro all of that, but okay.
yeah, but you're not Zuckerberg. That's a whole different point. But no, I mean, it was designed. It was basically a platform to have pictures of all the hot chicks at college.
That's the most noble aspirations a man can rise to, though.
Don't disagree with that.
Don't make me respect Zuckerberg more.
Scheduling lunch and finding hot chicks.
Didn't Bill Gates do the
either
same
of
thing?
them.
Didn't Bill Gates do the same thing when he was in high school, that he hacked into the school administration or got some control of it so that he'd make sure that he was in high school classes with all the hot chicks, started out his computer career that way?
Look,
I heard that.
Respect.
That sounds apocryphal, because Bill was the consummate nerd. I don't. Maybe.
Well, I don't think he succeeded, but I think he got himself in the classes with the women, and it got him nowhere. I mean, there was.
How dare you? Melinda is a lovely woman. How dare you?
Well, that's true. But I mean, no, I just want to hold Zuckerberg to the same standard that he wants to hold others to. I mean, I think reparations are in order. Your platform enabled sexual assault, as that term is currently being defined by imbeciles out there. But yeah, and again, I don't grouse anybody wealth. I mean, if they get, if you just buy a lottery ticket and hit it big, my hat's off to you. But let's don't get carried away with our genius on areas outside our wheelhouse. I listen to what Bill Gates says, and I go, I'm sorry, your average 10-year-old would find that ridiculous. And when you see Jack Dorsey, and he literally looks like a homeless derelict, and what he does say is completely inane, it's like, okay, you're not very bright. I don't think I'll take civilization advice from you, dipshits.
I think he's bright enough to know that the only regulation that's likely to come down the way is to give him more control of censoring more speech that he doesn't like, and hate speech and so forth. So I think he knows which side his bread is buttered on.
If Biden wins, if I'm right, and I think it's going to be a wave election, whichever way it goes. If Biden wins, he's going to win big. If Trump wins, he's going to win big. If Biden wins, yes, that's a good bet. However, if Trump wins, and it's a wave, I think they may have overplayed their hand this time.
I don't know. I think both parties are. I will tell you. I think this whole anti-Section 230 thing it's a misleading problem, and I think it's a bipartisan thing, and that's why Zuckerberg's like, yeah, maybe we should get rid of 230. They know,
I want more than getting rid of 230.
There are big issues here, but I think whoever wins, I think regulations coming down the pike, and I don't think there's anyone in control that's going to give us good regulation. It's a problem. I think everybody gets crap.
Yeah, don't get me wrong.
Give Twitter and Facebook more control than they already have. I don't trust anyone.
What government program? Are you saying that government programs don't tend to work the way they're designed?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't want to say that. I mean, that's just
crazy talk.
Yeah.
Well, understand that I want them regulated out of sheer vindictiveness. I don't actually give a I don't have any particular hopes that it'll be particularly effective. I just want them to have a good solid dose of that sweet, sweet government regulation that they advocate for all of us. You know,
I'm just worried.
I just want the government to pardon the crudity. I want the government to fuck them over. I don't really care how they do it. Because again, these people are putting their thumbs on. They're putting their thumbs on the scale, and yeah, they're favoring one side of the equation. But
100%.
Unfortunately, for that side of the equation, one of the most short-sighted things anybody can do is to say, well, as long as they agree with me, I don't care what they do. Because our political system was designed by some very brilliant men, and it was designed, to go back and forth. It was, and it's worked that way throughout our history. One reason Barrett got nominated was because Harry Reid, dipshit, thought, we'll never lose the Senate again. Now, that's just the most ridiculous thing in the world. So we'll just get rid of the filibuster for judicial nominees, and that'll never bite us in the ass. And it literally bit them in the ass at the very next opportunity.
That was great. God, I love it.
Yeah, I do too. So I just want them to miscalculate and get hammered. I don't really care how they're hammered. I don't care how, ideally I'd like them, nuke till they glow and then so we can shoot them in the dark. But I'll take whatever serious damage that the government can inflict on them.
I'm just concerned that the damage is they're big and they're billionaires, and I'm worried they're going to be able to weather the damage, and everyone else is going to get screwed.
That's possible. That's possible. But if we don't try to take them down now, they are definitely going to be too big.
Oh, I agree. I think we're on the same page on that.
Yeah, it's kind of like, it's a shame that we allowed it to get this far, but at this point, I think they're an existential threat to our political system. And
I don't know if you guys read Snow Crash by God, what's his name?
I heard it's really good, but I haven't read it. It's the guy who did.
It's prescient, and like. For how old it is, this guy predicts the future, but his future is also big tech companies own. And I say tech companies, one's a pizza company, but they own the world, and the government's useless at this point. It's only companies that.
Well, you remember Rollerball?
The world. And I can see it coming. He's predicted a lot, and I can see Neil Stevenson. That's his name. But if you haven't read Snow Crash, you should read Snow Crash. It's great. And the hero, his name is Hero Protagonist.
That's right.
So it's very on the nose, but it's great.
Well, you remember the classic movie
Rollerball? You just said it.
It was. Shut up,
James Caan.
Respect your elders, young man.
Look, I've
had a long day. Don't hassle me, dude.
Listen, Alzheimer's Joe. You said it 30 seconds ago.
Well, listen. If you watch Rollerball, pigs they can't hunt. So I mean, if I'll be Joe, let me be Joe. But yeah, that was the whole thing. The protagonist in that movie, Houston was they were from the city of Houston, but it was the energy corporation basically.
Yeah,
had
the energy corporation. That was great.
I'll tell you what, as much of a cluster as most corporate governances are, I think that's a bit optimistic because companies are every bit as dysfunctional most of the time. Big corporations, I mean. There are a few exceptions. There are a few exceptions. I was in a big merger and acquisition deal at the beginning of the year, and the company we sold to turns out to be an exceptionally well-run company. But they are, quite in the minority. So you were a software guy, huh? Before you became a lawyer?
I was a software engineer for 10 years, and then went to law school before the 10 years, but yeah, by the time I finished up, started my law career, I was a software engineer for 10 years.
Well, yeah. I have the dubious distinction of having done the estate planning for about 70 software engineers when I was a younger lawyer. But that was fun.
I don't envy you. I love
that's
a
gotta
good
be
software engineer, but man, like I said, I get Jackdoor, I get Zuckerberg. Like, you think once you start figuring out computers, you think you figured out the world, and you nowhere near that. But you think you have, like, you think you can fix any problem in the world once you can solve some sort of algorithm. You're like, I got this. I can figure out anything else.
It took about 3 appointments in a row for me to develop the script where I said, okay, enough's enough. I can tell you what these documents do, but unless you want to go to law school and then do this for a living for a few years, that's as far as we can get. In the same way that you can't tell me how to build a microprocessor
right
in an hour. You can tell me what the microprocessor does. You might even get me to understand what logic gates are, but that's about as far as it goes.
Oh, come on.
And,
when you were writing those, they weren't running on microprocessors. They were still on vacuum tubes and tapes. So stop it.
Yeah. Paper tapes.
Yeah.
Right. You got the punch card. You put the punch cards in and all comes out. It's fine.
Oh,
the thing that sort of bothers me with Twitter and Facebook, all the rest of them is FTC. I'm like, forget perjury for a second.
Mm-hmm.
It's just looking at their statements in Congress and looking at their statements that they've made on their platforms. And I'm also thinking about when Jack Dorsey was on with Tim Pool on JRE podcast and talking there and all the statements. It's like, why isn't the Federal Trade Commission or the state level equivalents doing more just to hold them to what they say their businesses is?
Right.
This is what we're supposed to be. It's like, well, this is unfair business practice. This is deceptive. This is unjust enrichment. This shouldn't be.
Do you think we need a change in the law? Because, it was never, I don't think it was ever envisioned by our legal system that people would give things away for free in business.
Well, I don't know. I mean, we're still using the Antitrust Act from 100 years ago, and that still seems to be working out for us. I'm sure we could squeeze some more life out of it too.
Yeah, I'm just asking. I don't actually know. But I've wondered how much of that is they are a different business model. No one actually pays any money to Twitter, for example. Although I do think you can make the case that
advertisers do, but you mean the users?
Yeah, I was about to say,
but users, but users,
but
yeah,
it's not the users, yeah,
right. And so it's like, well,
I mean, there's still like an estoppel thing there. Like if I come to you because you're offering me for something for free, and
that's a good point.
And I come in reliance on that. And then like you're changing something. There's something in there.
Actually, I think that may be the best argument yet I've heard. You've induced me to put hours and hours and hours and hours into this platform to build value, and then you and often in violation of your own terms of service, you cut me loose. Well, maybe.
This is why.
Here's my problem. Name me a single person in government that you think would be good at figuring out how to manage this whole thing. Like, I haven't found one. I don't trust government.
Can we imagine
to fix private business?
I mean, do we actually have to name a real person?
I don't know the right answer, but I don't think that government's the solution. I don't know. I don't know what the solution is, but I don't trust anyone in government.
Government's the only. I think the problem is the government's about the only hammer we have at this point.
Yeah,
you're not going to get a competitor to these platforms realistically. I don't think.
Well, I'm not sure about that.
I've heard that about.
Well, I would love to be wrong about that.
MySpace. I've heard that about IBM.
Yeah,
I've heard that about a lot of people.
Xerox. IBM,
right. But you guys are smart enough to know that those analogies aren't necessarily. I mean, right now, what is the credible alternative to Twitter that has anything like the reach that Twitter has? What's a credible alternative to Facebook that has anything like the reach and utility? I mean, that's the problem.
You just said them though, Twitter and then Facebook. I mean, they have similar utility. They have similar reach.
But they're sufficiently different enough.
I mean, it wasn't that long ago that TikTok didn't exist or it wasn't popular. TikTok comes out of nowhere. Instagram basically comes out of nowhere. So these
built on the backs of thoughts. built on the
Uncle
shapely
Sis-
backs of thoughts. We have to
there's
unite.
no competition there today. Isn't to say that some platform isn't going to pop tomorrow.
I'm just
I
saying.
understand that, but what I'm saying is are we going to sit around and wait for this potential competitor to emerge? Meanwhile, these people basically ruin our democracy because that's what they're doing. That's what they're trying to do. I mean, whether or not they'll succeed will be very interesting. I personally don't think they will this round.
We don't have to wait.
But I don't know about the next round.
We don't have to wait. All we need to do is we need to team up with the young women of ill repute, and we can make any platform huge immediately because that's what did it for Instagram.
So we can do Thotter.
That's what did it for TikTok.
Thotter and face thought. Okay, I like it.
We could just ride on their shapely backsides to victory.
That happens to be one thing that has not changed with technology.
Yeah, the truly oldest business, the one that has never had competition, right?
So
if you want to sell stuff to men, you put hot chicks on it, and then of course, by some crazy metamorphosis, it apparently sells stuff to women too. That's the piece of it I don't get, but it's not really my concern.
We're talking about porn because
I understand, guys. I'm not saying the government would actually do it competently. I just want them to bleed. In fact, I would love for the government to take the attitude, we're going to help big tech. That would probably totally destroy them. But it's just,
to your point about the government, though, I mean, we're just talking about good faith, fair business dealings. This is, build into stuff.
I think you've articulated the best argument I've heard. Yeah, actually, because
I'll tell you the counter argument.
It's true. Oh boy,
it's on. But see, this is the problem with 230 and why it needs a very careful and minor adjustment.
Well, I'm certain the government will be very careful. Nuanced in their approach.
The DOJ proposal is pretty good. It needs work, but it's a pretty good idea.
And they hit this one point in there. They've got other stuff, but I think it's one line that really needs to go, and it's otherwise objectionable in section C2A. It says C2 says no provider or user of an interactive computer service shall be held liable on account of. And then it's any action voluntarily taken in good faith to restrict access to or availability of material that the provider or user considers to be obscene, lewd, lascivious, filthy, excessively violent, harassing. Those are all harassing. No. Those are all relatively okay. It's the next one, or otherwise objectionable.
So in other words, they can.
It's literally anything.
It's nothing. That eviscerates the whole.
So I'm going to take the contrary position here, though. If I want to start a message board, dating myself, but I want to start a message board about cats, and some motherfucker wants to get on there and talk about dogs, I want to kick that guy off. It's objectionable. I don't want you on my thing. I shouldn't be held liable because I'm kicking guys off of my cat message board for talking about dogs. I don't think that 230 is the issue. I don't know what the answer is. I'll tell you that. I don't know what the answer is. Well, I don't think 230 is the issue.
Wait, I wanted Kurt was saying
right to kick shit off their own website.
Kurt was saying something at the same time. Kurt,
I'm sorry.
Do you want to finish that?
No, I was just saying that the problem in the C2 language is because it's subjective, because it says that the user considers objectionable. So it's what they, in their own head, think is objectionable, which presumably can change at any given time. There's no objectivity to it. But the DOJ proposal that I like very much is it actually defines good faith. It adds a whole section to the bottom of the proposal. And basically, I'm going to paraphrase the language, but it says that essentially you can have any policy you want. It has to be posted plainly and be clear. You have to moderate according to that policy. And if you don't have a problem. So it's basically have any policy you want. Just be honest about your policy. Make statements that are consistent with your policy. Make public statements that are consistent with it. And actually moderate consistently to your policy. So if you want to have a no conservative speech, go nuts. Just be honest about it.
Be open.
That's fair.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah. It's
What about something crazy? I mean, I'm just thinking outside the box. Forget how plausible this is. What about simply saying, you know what? Because of social media's particular importance, it's analogous to a public utility in one respect. The First Amendment applies. Just something that simple.
Yeah, I think that goes way too far.
I agree. Yeah.
Well, wait a minute. Remember, I'm talking strictly I'm talking about political speech. Because as we know, the First Amendment really mostly protects political speech. It protects other speech to a lesser degree, but
I'm going to speak by peeing on your lawn.
Yeah, this
this
also seems to be
Are
Robert.
we back to peeing on
Well,
because that's something I'm good at.
Well, okay, but what I mean is on a platform that is sufficiently large. You look, if I have my own little blog somewhere, I shouldn't be roped into that, right? But so define the application of that to things like Twitter and Facebook, gigantic global.
They had a proposal. They had a proposal to do this. I don't remember whose it was. I think this was not the most recent 230 suggestions, but it was maybe the last one. And it was something like any platform that makes, and it was an obscene amount of money. It was like $35 million a month or a quarter or something.
Wasn't that here in Texas? Didn't Ted Cruz? Wasn't that?
I can't remember.
But no, it wasn't. No, it was the state legislature. Well, okay, Senator Hughes, my former law partner, he had something that they were working on at the state level. I don't remember what happened to it, but yeah, there was something like that. But on the subject of, I do have two stories I want to get to eventually. And I'm thinking about them now, so I want to mention them because we were talking about thottery, and that is which is infinitely more interesting.
There's one story that's the headline is, quote, "We're in hard times right now. Meet the nursing students turning to OnlyFans to get by." So that's one story I want to talk about because I think it's relevant. And then the other story, since we have
did Drexel whisper in your ear, get Ty in trouble with the women in his life again, just because?
Yep. And then the
Thanks,
other
Drex.
story, there were two. There since we have two IP lawyers on the stream, I wanted to talk about Belle Delphine, who is in a mild controversy right now because somebody, an artist, drew a likeness of Belle Delphine and posted it to Twitter, and then Belle took it and threw it on merchandise without permission and is selling it. And so that's kind of it's an interesting question, I think, because
Belle Delphine?
Google it.
I
Google
really
it. You
assumed
won't
that
get
the
in any
problem-
trouble.
I assumed it was knockoff bathwater, but okay. Well,
No.
I like your the real hypotheticals way better than anything I could have thought of.
Yeah. So.
Okay, Nick. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there was that model Emily Ratajkowski who got into similar trouble on a similar issue where a person took a photograph of her and she reposted it on whatever and she got sued. And basically, I think she had to settle out of court. But I think it's straight up IP infringement. So
right,
it's pretty easy settlement.
Lots of very, very smart people on Twitter were suggesting that.
Law Twitter.
To be fair, I don't know that any of them were in law Twitter. This is just random Twitter commentators were saying that. But however, I want to point out that there's an argument that I wanted to make to the IP lawyers and get the opinion. So they said that, since it's Belle Delphine's likeness, she should be able to take it, which in general, you can't copyright your own likeness. That's a trait or a characteristic that you can't own the right to. However, I will counter with the fact that Belle Delphine is a persona and a character with a very specific image and look that is not her actual likeness. So then
I like it.
So did that person by drawing Belle
Right.
infringe on her.
I like it. So we're going to basically try to make this trade dress basically. She's turned in this character, so everything that's basically the affectation that defines the character is now trade dress of the character. So making the sketch is a trademark infringement. I like it.
Yeah,
Well,
and Mars Argo tried to do this to Poppy, which was one of the early lawsuits that I covered on the channel. But Mars was the problem that Mars had was that her look, in my opinion, was kind of like a generic late 70s sci-fi mixed with a pop culture look that wasn't specifically developed. Belle Delphine is a little more tailored. I don't know if it's enough, but yeah, I think the idea is, well, I created this image entirely and am using it in trade very specifically on OnlyFans and such. So then for her to do that was trademark infringement.
So they actually be able to nail each other.
Nail each other. That's on the premium OnlyFans, Ty. That's $100 a piece.
Oh, this is gonna be a long night.
So there are, you know, what I think's missing from the conversation though is there state law claims for, and my mind is blanking, but your likeness, like you can't take someone else's likeness. California is a great state for it.
Right of
you can't take someone else's likeness and use it for your own use. And I don't care if you drew it yourself or not. If you're taking someone else's likeness, there's a state law claim against that. It's an infringement
on the right of privacy, but it's the courts always say it's more appropriately described as the right of publicity, the right for your
there you go.
Your right for your likeness to be associated with only things that you are actually endorsing. Maddox tried to pull this, missing the point that he was being made fun of, which of course changes the question.
Maddox picked poor lawyers and bad claims. Like, don't. I mean, he's Jesus. But it's Landau, man.
Christian Dior, right? Or has a big Supreme Court case on this. I think is one of it. Christian Dior, because they used some really famous, maybe Princess Diana's, someone's likeness. I can't remember who it was. Someone in the chat might remember. But yeah, that's a complicated sort of thing because that's using that likeness to endorse something.
Yeah,
but I still think
so. Random sketch guy wasn't using it for business purpose, right?
In your, so I agree. Like if you take a pure copyright claim, you lose every time. Like you took someone else's work and you appropriated it as your own. But I do think there's some sort of counterclaim there. There's some sort of set off for your publicity rights where someone can't take your stuff and then claim it as their own. And then would
they be offsetting claims? I guess is
right.
What I meant.
It
was Jackie Kennedy.
Seems to me.
It was Jackie Kennedy. Thank you, Cave. Was who their likeness was stolen. I think it was Christian Dior or whatever. They put Jackie Kennedy on a billboard or something that she had endorsed their perfume.
There's no equitable.
Hannah Montana was originally Alexis, Texas. I learned something new. I'm reading the chat. I shouldn't read the chat.
I have no idea why that's
do not
funny.
Read the chat. That way lies madness.
No, but it's yeah. So it's an interesting question, and it's complicated, of course, by the fact that the other artist wasn't selling the piece, but that doesn't make it. That doesn't mean you can't. So yeah, is that artist entitled to a portion of the sales resulting from Belle Delphine's use, and then is that mitigated or offset by it being her likeness that she's curated and created over the past couple years? I don't know the answer. I think it's more complicated.
I am laughing to hide the tears.
I think it's funny when I've posted a couple to Twitter, like, and they're mainly fair use argument, but when you see the judge's orders on stuff like this, I mean, there are hundreds of pages. And I don't think when you get to the end of something like this, the only people who have made out are the attorneys, because and I'm not upset about that. I mean, I'm pro the attorneys.
Justice cannot be done unless the lawyers get paid.
Right, but it's you start dealing in these esoteric issues that don't make sense. I mean, it's not these straightforward copyright issues. They're not these straightforward publicity issues. It's all messed up, and the only thing that happens is really large briefs, really large orders, and no one making money except the attorneys.
IP law is the only area of law that makes tax law seem rational. I'm just saying.
It's not that bad.
Just saying. I do a lot of tax law.
Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, clowns used to. I think this was a UK thing specifically, but they used to register their makeup on eggs and paint their specific clown, like Bozo the Clown. Like, they all had very distinct looks, and so they could trade dress their particular costumes. And I think they used to paint it on eggs for UK purposes. So that would be a precedent for Belle Delphine to be able to register the particular character affect in some sort of registered way.
Ooh,
you could do it maybe as a doll or something too, and do it that way.
She just have to put a booty on the egg.
I saw that picture. I don't know that the egg had. Never mind.
Go on, please.
There was nothing. There was nothing wrong with that comment. You want to turn it into something? That's fine.
That's really the entire purpose of the show, actually.
They were literal eggs.
Sure they were.
That's cool. I didn't know that.
Let me.
I don't think an egg would be adequate. I agree with Burch on this one.
Let me read a couple chats and
please, for the love of God.
And then I do want to talk about this this OnlyFans thing, because I think this is a weird. It's not legally related at all. Maybe I should pick a law topic first, but I've got some of those too. Bad Vibe says, so Mickey and Minnie are getting a divorce. In court, the judges say, Mr. Mouse, your reasoning for divorce is Mrs. Mouse is insane. Or no, your reason for divorce is Mrs. Mouse is insane. Mickey says, no, Your Honor, she's effing goofy. There you go. Dragon's Treasure says, your monthly dues from sales, thanks to you, my good sir. I'm almost to the point where I don't have to sell my body. Anyway, Illinois area is going back to lockdown. Some mayors are telling the governor to F off. Mine won't, of course. So I did want to talk about, of course, we've got lockdown scares. We've got spiking cases all over the place. And I kind of wanted to get your guys' opinion on sort of a pulse check on where states are. Because I see state Supreme Courts ruling both ways on this. Some of these orders violate the state's constitutions, some of them don't. And then you've got like states like Michigan, where Whitmer is found in violation of the state constitution, then she just does another one. Same thing with Wisconsin, basically. So what do you guys think? When do we transition out of emergency states of emergency being declared just because the governors want the power?
Never.
When we assemble an adequate stockpile of tar, feathers, lampposts, and rope. No, I'm serious. At some point, the American people are going to have to decide, are we going to put up with this shit, or are we going to hold these people accountable? The elected leaders are not kings. They don't have scepters. And yes, our legal system very sensibly allows executives to have a certain amount of discretion during emergencies. But when they start trying to morph that into year-long power grabs, I've always said, as a country, we get the government we deserve every time. Now, individuals don't, because, and so if you're in a state and your governor is doing that and you're not raising hell every minute, then I'm sorry, you're getting what you deserve. You know, and I include Texas in that too. Our governor went way off on the deep end, blew whatever national political career he might have had. You know,
It's really
down
tough
through.
because when your governor's in the deep end, he only has arm power to stay afloat.
Nick. There was a time when I raised money for the guy. I got pictures of him with me and my kids. So cut the man some slack. No, he made the classic blunder. He tried to toady up to the other side, and they, of course, no.
What did they do, Ty? What did they do? Answer the question, counselor.
They kneecapped him. Go
okay,
ahead.
But he didn't
You've
care.
Earned it. You've earned it. But no, I mean, look, our country was founded upon the proposition that our government is completely untrustworthy. And if we don't rediscover that, then yeah, these bastards are going to be in control. The great news for everyone, though, is we are going to be fine. We lawyers, we're going to be fine.
And that's what matters.
I think so.
But that said, I will tell you we've set a precedent, and judges they're deferential to the government during an emergency, and we've set the bar really low for what constitutes an emergency, and we'll never get this back again. Like, this is the high bar for what we have now. You'll never get back to what we had before.
I hope you're wrong.
Any and everything that as soon as an executive says this is a big deal, then they do what they want, and we've ceded that, and I'm worried we never get it back.
I hope you're wrong. I would unfortunately don't have any.
I'm wrong too.
I don't have any evidence that you are, unfortunately, except a vain childlike hope. I mean. But no, I mean, this is real simple. I mean, if we don't step up and say, no, I'm sorry, we elected you, we didn't crown you, then, and fortunately, this is where I think federalism might actually save us, because we are seeing the laboratory, right? Florida, my God, you guys, not only did you win both halves of the I've got the best governor outside of South Dakota contest, you ran the score up on Texas. I mean, you beat us like 57-3 in the second half. I mean, wow. Y'all's governor has done great.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I mean, the problem is we have allowed courts have allowed, like the check on
the safeguard
on our government has allowed the executive branch to just say, hey, there's an emergency. And it's one thing, like, I kind of agree. If there is an emergency, hey, we need someone to take charge. But like 4, 5, 6, 7 months later, they're still like, well, it's an emergency, so the executive branch is in charge and no one cares. And it doesn't matter if it's Florida, Michigan, they've all allowed it every single time. Like, there's been some minor checks on, well, maybe churches should be allowed to meet in cars or something, but it has been the executive wants it, the judicial branch. Jesus,
no Christ. One's gonna save us.
The judicial branch allows it every time.
No one's going to save us except us, though. I mean, at the end of the day, that if you folks are out there expecting someone to bail you out of these little micro-Nazi governors, you're waiting in vain, because our system is designed for you to do it.
I think they forget that the root word of emergency is emergent. It's
right.
It's the surprise of the emergency, and then it necessarily has to go away. Pearl Harbor was an emergency. World War II wasn't.
Exactly.
It goes on to be maybe a disaster, a catastrophe, whatever, but it's not an emergency anymore. But I wanted to get to Kurt and see, did you have any different thoughts on I guess where we where we are, where we're going with these lockdowns and with emergency powers. It seems like a big expansion of emergency powers to me, beyond what any of these people considered when they passed the laws, assuming they considered anything.
Well, I mean, the stay-at-home orders are new, as several of the courts have noted in their decisions. You can't find things parallel to that during the Spanish flu or other outbreaks where people were commanded to stay at home. You could find businesses closed down, but you couldn't find these stay-at-home orders.
Yeah,
and so that's a whole new reality. I think we're probably in this through late next year, January 2022. Is probably a realistic time frame at this point.
If you're right, I'm coming to your house in January when I'm allowed to legally and punching you.
Yeah, I think we should shoot the messenger.
I'm not encouraging it. I'm trying to predict the future.
But I don't know who else.
For being realistic.
Look, I don't know who else to hit. That's my problem.
Right.
It's not personal.
God, I hope you're wrong, man.
Yeah,
I mean, Fauci has recently been sort of laying the groundwork about, it's time for us to really put forward a mandate. No kidding around. He's laid a couple of little tiny things in the last couple of days. I don't know if anyone else has been noticing this.
That little garden gnome in charge.
Have you guys been noticing this? Where Fauci's been making a couple little statements, kind of just little things where he's like, "Oh, it's time for us to do it. Time for us to do it." And Biden has said 2 or 3 times, to the best of my knowledge, well, we can't do a national mandate. It wouldn't be constitutional. That's going to change around February. And suddenly it will be very constitutional.
Oh, yeah. I think, the second Biden's in office.
Who are we getting? Maybe we'll get Whitmer to be head of HHS because she apparently wants to run the whole thing anyway. Why not?
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Talk about your...
It'll take him 10 days. I see why you said February, because it'll take him a few days to realize he's actually in the White House. He's got to wait for the fog to clear.
And you're gonna get Cuomo as AG. You'll get Whitmer as head of HHS. You'll get Warren as head of Treasury, because why not screw up the entire economy? We're just on a road to
in for a
perdition here. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Can we get a cabinet role for AOC for no particular reason? Why not?
Yeah.
Okay, you guys are harshing my mellow.
AOC can be head of the FBI. It'll be perfect.
Oh, dear, that'll be good.
I know that.
Okay, Nick. I say this with all the love that I can muster, in a heterosexual way. I've had to listen to your Uncle John all day about this. Okay, so I'm going to need some help on the optimism side here, right? Because I'm really not your best choice for Mr. Sunshine anyway. But good God, you guys are harshing my mellow.
What I need to do, I've now figured out my new thing. I'm going to start texting him things that will lead to annoying situations for you. So I'm going to start texting him hypotheticals like, okay, let's say.
Just remember, young man, there is a sequence of events that could result in me being your trustee. And I am a vindictive bastard, as you know.
No, I'm going to text him a thing and I'll be like, okay, so let's say Biden wins. What do you think
if he's watching the show, he's already, taking.
What do you think for Ilhan Omar for DHS?
So
why not? That sounds good. Yeah, someone said AOC for EPA. That's good. Yeah, we'll get. Yeah, it's just because he loves the climate.
Well, we'll put Bernie Sanders in charge of the Treasury.
So just so you guys will know, Nick's Uncle John's an old friend of mine. He's brilliant. He's an engineer, a chemical engineer, just a brilliant guy and a good friend. But I mean, if you want the absolute pessimistic view, I mean, there it is. That's the most possible pessimistic view. It's right over there. That's where he is.
I love it.
And I've been doing this all day.
Yeah,
so y'all throw me a bone and say something nice.
When we're in town with them and we stay at their house, it's always great because he and I'll just sit up talking till like 3 a.m. And it's like at the end, it's like, well, do you have any rope? Because it's over.
I told him one time, I said, man, you're like a glass 1/16 empty kind of guy, aren't you? He said 1/16. Don't you mean 1/64 inside? Yeah, sorry me.
All I know is January the 20th, 2023, circa 1 p.m. Eastern time. Joe Biden invokes 3 USC 20, resigns, so Kamala Harris can reign for 10 years as president. Hooray!
Yay!
Hey, look,
Well-
if we want slave owners back as president, Kamala Harris is who we're going for, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the.
Now, I
I'm
heard the other
fascinated
day
at the
that
possibility of finding someone more obnoxious than Hillary Clinton as president. I never thought I'd see that.
someone sent me the other day that there's a new study out, and it says incarceration rates amongst African Americans under Trump are down 22.6%. So I think,
and so are deportations.
well, but that's why they're trying to get Kamala in, so they can raise that number back up. They got to get back to the statistical norm.
Yeah,
let me
I'm
tell you
pretty sure the only person who's incarcerated more innocent minorities than Trump is Kamala Harris, and it's not even close. It's
Oh no.
Yeah.
So
No, Trump has been great to all minorities. He pointed this out. Was it the last State of the Union in January? I think where he pointed this out, that Black unemployment all time low, minority unemployment all time low, women employment all time high, economy was booming, Black incarceration down, criminal justice reform from Trump got that through. He's been
that was awesome.
but he doesn't get any credit for any of this stuff.
Well, no, because he eats ketchup on his steak.
You know what?
Well,
That son of a bitch, get him out. Get him out. He also eats KFC instead of a proper man's chicken.
It's literally that simple.
I'd rather have ketchup on my steak than steak sauce. I think steak sauce sucks.
I actually like ketchup on my steak. What I'm saying is, it's a look, this is not a left and right battle anymore. It hadn't been for quite some time. This is a class war we're in, and we've got the precious people.
That's me.
Both Republican and, well, you want to be precious.
I won't eat steak sauce or ketchup on my steak. How dare you?
Yeah, but you're still a poser, and we all know it. At the end of the day, you're still the child of rednecks.
If your steak isn't good enough on its own, you're too poor for me to care about your opinion. Just so you know.
But no, I mean, but that's the thing, right? I mean, it's a snobbery thing. That's the whole thing. It's an absolute snobbery thing.
I don't know what you're talking about.
And Trump
Pinky's out.
Oh, put your pinky out, Nicholas. But I mean, think about this. If you're a precious person and your whole self-image is based on just how sophisticated and suave you are and all that bullshit, imagine how it must grate on you to see a guy who is a billionaire, married to an absolutely gorgeous supermodel, has a bevy of gorgeous ex-wives, none of whom will say anything bad about him, has kids that are, for the most part, incredibly well-adjusted, is president of the freaking United States, has, despite the propaganda, succeeded in virtually everything he's really ever tried to do. I mean, remember that time he thought he could write a bestseller despite never having written a book before? Oh, yeah, he did that. Well, of course,
kind of.
Well, yeah. And then, of course, he put on this TV show having never done that before. And, oh, yeah, he succeeded in that. I mean,
look, Trump steaks, though. Trump steaks, not a success.
Well, I got a Trump tie. The Trump ties were actually pretty good.
Trump wine is really good.
I don't.
Oh, yes. It's Klug Winery. It became Trump Winery. I've been there a couple times in Charlottesville. Really good.
Oh,
yeah.
Really?
My buddy Almond.
Their food is even better though. If you ever have an occasion to go there, they have really great vistas there. It's near Thomas Jefferson's home, Monticello.
Yeah,
and so you can go visit that too. And it's got really great vistas overlooking that. His food is really good. The wine is so, but Charlottesville is fantastic for some wonderful wines in Virginia.
Hey, Nick, real quick, a shout out to Lacey. She passed the bar exam.
Hey, congrats.
Tally-ho. Tally-ho.
Another sacrifice.
Blood for the blood god.
Right. You made bad decisions, but here you are. Congrats.
You've joined this what is there, 20 million of us now? Band of brothers and sisters and everything else.
Oh, I don't want to count myself in that band of lawyers.
I have a question for fellow lawyers. This is so today is my 24th anniversary as a lawyer.
Yeah.
Oh, hey.
Yeah.
Congrats.
I got my bar results 24 years ago.
Do you want the cyanide pill or? Are you ready for it yet?
Now, gun to your head. If you had it to do all over again, would you do it?
100%.
Oh yeah, yes.
Not even close.
Nicholas?
I mean, I'd have to. Because, well, I don't know where else I'd be. Like, that's how I got here, and I have the best job on the planet.
Kurt, I interrupted you. What were you saying?
No, I just love the subject matter so much. I love reading and thinking about the cases. I love the academic side more than the practice. But for me, it's just that's one of the things I love so much about my own channel, if I may, because it gives me the opportunity to just read cases and cases and cases, and I just love it.
I got to go to your channel. I've never seen it. I'll have to check it out.
It's linked in. Oh wait, it's not linked in the description of this one, but I can put it in there. I'll do it while we're talking.
Yeah, well, it'll be wrong, Kurt, but you know.
Do we get to market things in this stream? I have a 72-inch floating vanity.
Nice.
If you guys want to purchase it, it doesn't fit in my house, and if you're in the Central Florida area, I got a good deal. Please buy it. 100%.
Seems only fair.
Like, just come pick it up. I'll give it to you for free. Get it out of my house.
A 72-inch floating vanity, huh?
Yeah.
I gotta say, it's actually refreshing to see to have actually be in the presence of 3 lawyers that say, "Yeah, I'd do this again," because I love what I do too. And isn't that just an absolute whip when you see these sad sack lawyers? Oh, don't go to law school. It's like,
well, I don't necessarily begrudge them as such, because there's a lot of people in any profession, and it didn't work out for them for whatever reason. So I think there's good cautionary tales and good success stories.
Yeah, but
everywhere.
we have a high proportion though.
That's
I
true.
remember when I got out of law school, I read an ABA survey that said 1 out of 3 lawyers said they wouldn't do it again.
Here's my theory.
And that means there had to be, well, that implies a much higher number, because that was 1 in 3 that would admit it.
I think that those people they go to big law firms, not like big law firms, big law firms. Big law is a term.
Big law.
They go in, they get ground down 80 hours a week, and all they're doing is some shitty portion of the job. Like, you're going to handle all of our depot prep. And so then every day they like fly across the country to some place where this law firm has, they have offices in 38 states, and they fly over and they sit down and prep some idiot for depot. And then the next day they're on a plane to Phoenix to go do it. The next day they're on a plane back to Tennessee, and
100%.
And they just hate every second of it. But then I also think that those are the same people who will go online and talk bad about people who aren't in a big law firm, which is weird.
No, and so as an engineer, like the thing that drove me nuts as a programmer and that I didn't like is that at the end of the day, I knew I came in, I could do my job, and I went home. It was kind of boring,
Yeah.
And I like the idea that I have issues, and I go in front of a judge and I bang on the table, and I win sometimes. I lose sometimes. I hate losing. And the vast majority of the times the judge comes up with something, and we don't even get in front of a judge the vast majority of times. But I love that I get to try to win, and it's a lot of fun, and I love that. And I don't think that, like you said, I don't think the people in these big law firms ever got to that point. Like, they never got to the point where they get to do put it all out on the line. You win, you lose, but you get to put it out there. And I love that part of my job. And I don't think they get that part. And like you said, they think they're smarter than you because they went to a firm that's, it's a nationwide firm. It's a global firm, but they never got to do that part. They've never stood in front of a judge and said, here's what I've got, and let someone else decide. They've never stood in front of a jury and said, here you go. I think that's
here's to those of us that like it. Here's to those of us that like it.
That's the only good part of the job, is to all the rest of what I do, the sitting there, researching, writing, it's all just for the standing in front of a judge and a jury to hear a yes or no. I don't know. That's the good part of what I do, and I wouldn't trade it for anything else.
I gotta disagree with you. That's not the only good part of the job. Naps in the office is a great part of the job.
Oh, I thought you were about to say bonuses, but okay.
No. Naps in the office. When you go in, you're like, God, I'm tired.
Kurt, what do you love about it?
I love the academic and the theoretical side more than the practice. I love the intellectual play between all these competing ideas and these competing philosophies. It's the human experience distilled. I mean, law is essentially the result.
What a great line, by the way. The human experience distilled.
It's the result of us as human beings trying to operate with each other and trying to essentially, in almost an evolutionary way, describe the rules for human interaction. And so the study of law is a study of the human experience, the study of the anthropology, the study of society, the study of the nature of what it means to be human. And so when I read these cases and looking at these intellectual play between these concepts and trying to play with these ideas, I just find that so rewarding. And that's what I love about it.
Nick, this guy is way too eloquent. Would you shut
I was about to say, he's way smarter than everyone else.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I don't know about
Kurt,
smart, but he's eloquent. And that's
what happened to Josh? Where's Josh dancing around in his
peacock, no peace.
Kurt, I'm gonna need your opinion on some thottery real soon here. We're way out of our depth.
Yeah,
but
you know what? He's not.
I like setting up companies.
I'm
very well
not
done,
as
sir.
smart as Kurt, but I do really enjoy that there is someone across the table from me who is probably smarter than me, arguing something, and you have to. I don't know. I like that. I like that there's this intellectual challenge to everything we do, and I don't know. I've done manual labor. I've been an engineer. I've been a lawyer, and I would not trade being a lawyer for anything else. It is.
Like I said, I can't ever remember being around 3 other lawyers that would say that.
If you're if you're sitting across the table with someone smarter than you making arguments, I know one thing for a fact: you are not doing criminal defense.
Again,
Nick, I can't remember when your mom had you call me that first time, were you had not gone to law school yet?
No.
That's right. No. And I'm sure I would have told you, let's get this straight right now. I'm not the guy to talk you out of going to law school.
Yeah.
In my practice area, I wind up actually, I've talked to an improbable number of people who were going to go to law school, children, grandchildren, whatever, of clients. And I start out with, okay, I'm not the guy to talk you out of this because I actually love this. And, but yeah, I like the clients.
You said one thing to me, though.
Really?
Yeah. You said one thing
but I have a very specific clientele. Go ahead, Nick. I'm sorry.
No, you said one thing, though, that I never found to be true. You said, I don't know if you said it to me or to my mom. I don't remember, but you said.
Well, I'd say anything to your mom because I was toadying up to her, obviously.
Yeah. You said something.
Nick's mom's hot.
You said something along the lines
Hi,
of.
Celeste.
Stop it. Stop it. You said something along the lines of he'll be in a room full of people who are just as smart as him. I never found that to be true, Ty. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, it was true, Nick, but you just, yeah. No, what I was trying to caution you about, because I was lucky. I had a friend who was a lawyer, and he said, okay, one thing you got to get in your head is everybody in that classroom is going to be just about as smart as you are. Don't let it freak you out. and that's what I was trying to make you understand.
Listen, you have no idea the depths of my own arrogance or narcissism.
On the contrary, I believe that I have
nearly as smart as I am.
I believe I've quantified your arrogance pretty well. What I was more worried about, though, I mean, I remember.
There's a reason he invites us on the show. It's just to think less of us.
Well,
No way. No, not at all. Not at all. I just think less of law students.
oh, I had an interesting thing. So the president actually called out a U.S. attorney positively, and it was a classmate of mine.
Oh,
Nice.
Yeah, that's kind of and I vaguely remember her. I don't have a particular opinion one way or the other, but I was like, I know her. She's a U.S. attorney somewhere, and was actually was part of the whole and the feds going after Antifa stuff some months ago. But yeah, I probably in your stream there are some people that want to go to law school at some point.
I remember about 5 of my classmates. I vaguely remember about 5 more, and then the rest of them I absolutely do not. And
I'm with you on that.
I regret
outside of
that
my law
0.
partners. There's one other person who I represent. He went out and built a gigantic law firm on his own, bastard, because he would have been with us otherwise. But I represent him, which is kind of cool. But yeah, I didn't. Law school was such a grinding experience. I didn't particularly care for it. To me, I felt like I was attending a trade school, and the professors didn't understand that.
Look, my worst class was.
They thought I was in some kind of liberal arts class because
The worst one for me was Property 2. I slept through about 6 weeks of it because he told us that it wasn't on the exam. We were just discussing for 6 weeks of the semester.
Oh, but he lied.
But did you learn the rule in Shelley's case? That's the important part.
In which
case? Can you
that?
articulate the rule against perpetuities?
Of course I can. That was property 1, and that was fine. Property 2, we spent 6 weeks learning about the housing market crash. And it wasn't on the exam, and it's not part of whatever. It was just his personal thing.
Definitely not part of the bar exam.
And I was like, why are we I was there. I was literally there that day at a brokerage firm while this is happening.
Don't need your input.
But, so I made fun of computer programmers earlier. There is no group of people that think they know more about the world than law professors.
And
they know nothing about the actual world. They know nothing.
My friend, I could not agree more.
Yeah, they think they're the smartest group of people that the world. Yeah. No.
Well, see, I taught high school at inner city high school before I went to law school, and had a great time. I just didn't want to be poor the rest of my life. And so I go into a law school class, and these guys and these professors are being arrogant, and I'm going, oh God, I would love to have put you in my 3rd period world history class where we literally had 2 different gangs, and the Kings go on that side and the Cowboys go, I literally split them up in my classroom. And I'm like, I would love to put you in there for just a day and see you shite yourself.
Oh yeah.
Law, that's the thing, as you guys can, I've had the situation where, clients, again, children, grandchildren, this didn't happen to Nick, but their kids will hit the wall like we all probably did around the end of the first year, when it's like, oh shit, what have I gotten myself into? And, they'd ask, will you talk to him because he's talking about dropping out of law school? Yeah, I'll talk to him. And I pull him in and I say, okay, you got to understand, nobody cares about this shit that you're being tested on, that you're being grilled on. I can promise you, no one's going to pay you your hourly rate to expostulate upon the rule in Shelley's case.
Right.
And if they do, you'll have about 6 months to figure out what the answer is. You will not have to answer them in a 1-hour exam, or and whatever. And you're actually supposed to be in a trade school, but the law professors want to make it into some kind of graduate liberal arts philosophy experience. And
I was way too much of an asshole to ever consider quitting law school.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I assumed I was better than everyone else the entire time. Like I think that's I
think that's who goes to law school.
Way more conceited than any other profession. I assume I'm better than everyone else. I look down at everyone, and I know better. Like in my head, I'm like, I'm not better than that person. But
listen, a stubborn unwillingness to face facts. A stubborn unwillingness to face facts will see you through.
Yeah, exactly.
I think I did tell you that,
push
Nick.
Through.
That's why
I push through law school. I push through the bar exam. I'll push through thinking that I'm better than you every single day.
And that's why lawyers come out of school with $250,000 in student loan debt. Stubborn unwillingness to face
somehow we think we're better than people who are millionaires who never went to college, but they're a roofer. Screw that guy.
That guy.
You know,
I got a stool.
But I think it all day long.
Okay, let me hit a few more of these chats. Bad Vibe says, Nick, your sundial needs wound again. Yes, I know. Kofi 2A wannabe Hunan Muhammad says, in lemon voice, brains, feed me brains. Lorgar apologist says, your petty corpse emperor failed you again. Your pathetic boomer lawyer arrives too late to halt the advance of the ruinous powers. Grift for your worthless lives, for all the good it will do you. Magnus did nothing wrong. Tsukagi Onsai says, good evening, counselors. Why does Ty look whiter than Sean Talcum X King today? I think it's the white balance from your shirt.
Well, yeah, and this is actually my study. It's not really a studio, but my daughters are going to come in and fix up the lighting at some point, they told me.
Anyhow, I hope that all y'all had a great weekend, and make sure you vote. We need to get the salt mines working for Tuesday night and Wednesday.
Already done it.
I was gonna today, but I didn't have time, so I'm just gonna. Here's the problem: my early voting place is by the bigger city, which isn't big, but it's by the city here, and my normal polling place.
You guys are voting for politicians, suckers.
my normal polling place is right by my house, and if the entire town went to it, you'd still move through the line in 10 minutes. So it's not like voting early is helpful to me at all. So I'll probably end up voting on election day.
Okay, so basically we're not going to call you a slacker on that. We're going to just say, well, he'll vote when he's supposed to.
Oh, I wouldn't miss a poll day. There's no way. I haven't missed one since I was 18.
I haven't voted since the time I voted for George W. and then I regretted that, and I've never voted again. I regret that I've supported a politician in general. I feel bad for people who support politicians.
Go write me in, Burch. Go write me in.
Let me offer you guys a quote I heard. It was actually a pretty good one from somebody. A vote is not a Valentine. You aren't confessing your love for the candidate. It's a chess move for the world you want to live in.
I don't want to give them anything. I've never seen a politician that deserves.
Screw the bastards.
Burge is out here. Can I vote with an AR-15?
Right. Yeah. Is there some sort of hang them all? But no, they still live.
One of my favorite sci-fi short story novels was a book by H. Beam Piper called Texas Planet, I think, and basically. For whatever reason, I can't remember why, everybody from Texas migrated to this planet. We even relocated the Alamo for some reason. But anyway, we had a political so the planet Texas had a political system that anyone could shoot any politician for any reason, and it wouldn't be considered a crime. And so, it made for a very interesting thing. I think we should consider that system.
It's got some merit to it.
Yeah.
I'll talk. Somebody's 1L, and they said something about contract law. I want you to. The only thing you need to know to get through 1L contracts: offer, acceptance, consideration. You remember those three things, you've got at least a passing grade through your 1L. I don't know who that was, but you got it, buddy.
And all that meeting of the minds is bullshit.
Yeah, no.
In the real world, they had a meeting of the minds. Somebody was trying to skive out.
Offer, acceptance, consideration.
Yeah.
And you've passed contracts 1L.
Well, and you've actually learned what you need to know as a lawyer too.
Oh yeah.
You know, I had an interesting case recently. I went to arbitration and we won, but this was kind of cool. So Texas doesn't have an implied duty of good faith and fair dealing.
Really?
Right? Well, yeah, because I mean it's Texas.
It's literally the Australia of the U.S.
Yeah, so yeah,
It's the Australia of the United States. It was
Yeah.
all tax evaders,
just
debt
pretty much-
dodgers,
do you mean
and
in general, or
criminals.
do you mean also in goods and UCC?
No, in contracts, not
Ah,
UCC, not
okay.
UCC, but yeah, this is a contracts thing.
Oh yeah, that's the
But
other part.
most states
the
actually
poor
imply
1L.
a duty of good faith and fair dealing in contracts.
All state. I thought all states did. I didn't know that's
we do
38 of them.
Amazing.
There's 38 of
Yeah.
them that do.
So anyway, but I handled an arbitration in
If I remember
Washington
right.
State, and it involved a sale of a good. And in this particular case, we had licensed a product from someone, and then they posted a series of racist and offensive social media posts, which caused a backlash, which nuked our product after we had already developed it and printed it and all that kind of stuff. And so the arbitration was entirely based on breach of good faith and fair dealing, and we won. And my theory, Washington State had a very interesting. They actually articulated it pretty interesting. It's you can't interfere with the other party's enjoyment of the benefits of the bargain.
Huh.
And if
Yeah.
I'm not mistaken, you have even further than that an affirmative duty to to pursue the mutual benefits of the bargain.
Yeah, and so we successfully won the arbitration, pretty much won. And business arbitrations, they tend to just split the baby. I mean, that's
arbitration is bullshit, quite frankly.
Well, you know what?
I've never had like a fair arbitration.
that was my opinion too, but this one almost made me a believer because we won. I mean, we and it was. I said, I don't care about the guy's political views. It's not a First Amendment issue. He interfered with our ability to get the benefit of the bargain, which was to produce this product and sell it. And the arbitrator bought it. I remember telling the client, I said,
That's a good
But
feeling,
how is that
right?
not good faith and fair dealing? Because that sounds like good faith and fair dealing.
no, it really does. That was the thing. A client calls me, he's pissed as you can imagine. And of course, my first thought is, well, shit, I mean, he's got the First Amendment right. And I went, oh, wait a minute now. And I told the client, I said, look, I don't know if this is going to work or not, but let's give it a shot. And it worked. That's another thing I love about the profession, the improbable victories.
Oh, I was about to say, like, that's
it's like,
it's
I'll be
the
damned,
best
that worked.
feeling in the world, isn't it?
my daughter's actually said that they'll put on my tombstone, I'll be damned, that actually worked. Because they said they've heard that from me their whole lives. It's like, I'll be damned, actually.
But it's a good feeling, isn't it? You go in with like you're like, I don't have much, but this is my argument, and I'm gonna pound it on the table and see if the judge takes it.
Well,
And it works sometimes.
I was
It's a
fortunate.
great feeling.
I was fortunate to have as a mentor my stepfather, who wasn't a lawyer. He was an insurance salesman, a very, very successful insurance salesman. But he had worked with tons of lawyers, did estate planning and that type of thing. And I remember one time he chewed my ass out for about 2 hours after we went to an appointment, and he went with me, and the client wanted to do something that you couldn't do. And, of course, I've been out of law school maybe a year, so I knew everything. No, you can't. Yeah, you can't do that. I was, yeah, but I want to. No, you can't do it. Just can't do it. And he couldn't do it. For the record, he couldn't do it. He wanted. I remember he wanted to have S corporation stock owned by a limited partnership. And S corp stock, you have to. That's not allowed. So my stepfather's chewing my ass out about this, and I finally said, God damn, what should I have said to him? And he goes, you should have said, I don't know if you can do that or not. I'm going to see if there's a way. And you should have run it down and then come back to him and said, I've looked and there doesn't seem to be a way to do it. And if you come up with an alternative, you do it. He said, clients don't hire you to tell them what they can't do.
That was the first thing the partner at my firm told me when I started working for him. He's like, clients don't pay you to tell them no.
Yep.
He's like, sometimes you have to. He's like, but that's not why they pay you.
But they need to be sure that you ran it down.
Yep.
And I looked at him and I said, okay, that makes sense. And this was an example of that philosophy. Client calls me. The initial thought is, no, we're just screwed. The guy's a flake. But it's like, well, wait a minute. Scratch. But anyway, I was just a kind of a cool.
I suppose it depends a little bit on your philosophical picture of what you're trying to do as an attorney, because if you're, I mean, I don't begrudge anyone who has a different view, but there's something in there. Maybe you're giving them false hope. But on the other hand, it seems like you're in their corner because you're fighting for them. And if the answer is no, and the answer is no, then that's just a really efficient answer. I've saved us all a bunch of time, but maybe it's not the right way to go about it. So I don't know if there's a right truth to this or not, but it's an interesting position to consider.
Remember, I'm talking to a consummate salesman, though, right?
Yeah.
Someone who knows how to, and his point wasn't that I should have lied or all he said was he doesn't want to be dismissed.
Well,
and my client and my clients are all business owners. I have a very, very discreet kind of clientele, and so he was speaking to that, particularly that type of client, right? And but no, I mean, he couldn't do it. I mean, there was no question.
But I'll go a step beyond that. Is they have a goal, and maybe their path is wrong.
Yeah.
But I think our goal as lawyers is to figure out what their end game is and to get them there.
I like
maybe their answer is no, you can't go here this way, but I like that a lot better because there's no reason to believe that the client is asking the right question or even knows what the question is. And I've certainly found it to be true that the goal they're trying to achieve is, with some frequency, not really what's on the surface going on. They have some other goal and they're using a mechanism to try to get to where they want to be, but it's not really what they're trying to accomplish on the surface. There's something else there. So in
the context of this discussion, it was a very discreet,
no,
I want my S corp to be owned by a limited partnership. The tax code says you can't do that. What he was saying was more of a philosophical thing. Don't go in saying no.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but I liked Steven's idea better because maybe why is he trying to do that? What was the reason for it? And maybe I can get him what he's after without going about the mechanism he asked me about.
Well, I think you're restating what my stepfather was telling me.
Maybe that's fair. Maybe I am.
That was his point. Was figure out if there's another way to do it.
Fair enough.
But what's important is that the client knows that you actually tried to find another way.
100%.
And it's not. And these aren't really games that you're playing.
I'll be right back.
This is to anybody in any profession. There's other people that do the same thing you do, and again, my clientele tends to be very high net worth business owners. They can find other lawyers. That's in fact, nobody I ever represented didn't have a lawyer before me. But I always thought it was a great philosophical approach. Just go, let's see if we can accomplish your objective. Let's even if my first thought is you can't do that.
What I always qualify no's to clients is I don't think this is the appropriate way to go about it. We could try this, we could do this, we could do that, but I welcome you to get another opinion on it if you want to go that route. But it's probably in the way my pitch goes. No one ever does. Does that make sense? No one ever goes to get the other opinion because I build up enough trust usually by doing what you're suggesting and running down the alternative and saying, look, here's what I see as the outcome, the likely outcome of this course of action that you want to do. However, you're welcome to get a second opinion on it, but I also think we can maybe accomplish your goal in this way. But I like to give them the idea of an out. Now, we work with different types of clients, of course. Yours are more more relationship based than mine are generally, because mine are all definitely not going to commit another crime in 6 months.
Yours could accurately be described as more transactional
Right.
in nature.
Yeah.
I mean that's fair. A lot of family law is transactional for the most part. You're probably not gonna see that divorce client again.
Let me do my Citizens United right to offer value in a campaign against someone. No one in Minnesota should be voting for Michelle McDonald for Supreme Court Justice of Minnesota. She would make the worst Supreme Court Justice of Minnesota that I can imagine. She's a bad lawyer. She is a terrible, terrible jurist. She doesn't know the law. She doesn't know anything about practice, even though she's been doing it for 35 years. She's not any good. She's not any good. Don't vote for her. She sells herself as like the Republican or conservative Supreme Court justice or candidate. She is terrible. Don't do it. Ever.
I hear she also engages in satanic rituals.
I mean, she may as well have.
I've heard she had sex with rabbits.
Look,
and not even
Ty,
sexy rabbits.
Ty,
just like ugly rabbits.
Ty, this is a 30-year at the time, a 30-year lawyer who lost to me in my first case alone. No.
Yeah, but you're brilliant, Nick. I mean,
I am, but I also
Nick's a goddamn genius.
I also
genius.
literally didn't know what
you're gonna be a general someday.
I didn't know what documents to even file when I took the case. I had because they don't teach you that part, right? And so I sit down. They don't
teach you any part of it.
So I sit down and I basically like started responding to emails. I'm like, yeah, you can email me now, you scumbag. No, I was actually very courteous, but then we went to mediation. It all fell apart. And then it was hearing after hearing, and I kicked her ass up and down because she's a bad lawyer. Not because I was a good lawyer. I was a fine, adequate family law lawyer, but basically anybody who had any family law experience would have taken that case and walked over her. She was terrible.
So she didn't just dismiss you or underestimate you. She was not a good lawyer.
She's just bad. Like, okay, so we go to
for judge. Oh God, did I say that out loud?
Long story. I'll make a very long story about how the mediation went. So it was a 2-day mediation. It's a custody issue, unmarried parents, right? 10-year-old kid. Unmarried parents, 10-year-old kid in Minnesota. Presumption is mom has all the rights until you have a custody order. They don't have one. Problem, yeah. Dad beat up the mom 8 months prior.
Bit of a problem.
Yep.
Sometimes you gotta slap a woman.
Now, so mom gets a protective order against dad. Damn it!
Edit that out, Nick.
Okay, so
wait a minute.
So mom gets a protective order against dad. So for 8 months, he's not around. Now the kid didn't have a protective order, and in theory, the dad could have exercised his parenting time. Chose not to. Okay, so 8 months of parenting time. So we go to mediation, and my client didn't really care about the getting the statutory amount of child support or anything like that. And so we said, okay, we want to negotiate child support, and then we got to talk back child support because there's 8 months. My client's had to rack up a ton of bills because she's been doing this on her own, and he made 3 times as much as she did. So she's entitled to something. And so we offered way less than what he owed, something like 55% of what he owed. We said, look, we're willing to just close this out and walk away at 55%.
I assume Minnesota's got the same draconian child support regime that Texas has got, right? I mean,
at the time, it was basically, so there's a plug-in formula for income. And if the parent has less than 10% parenting time or less than 12% parenting time, they pay the full amount. If they have 12% to 45%, they get a reduction of like 10 or 15% on the parent or on the amount. And then if they get over 45% parenting time, it's like you almost get nothing at all. I think they've graduated it out now, but either way, so we negotiated out the support, but they wanted to table the back support, which is fine. We negotiate everything else out. Day 1, day 2, we go back in there, clean up a couple things. We get to back support, and they say, we're going to pay $0. And I said, ho, no, trust me. If we go into this courtroom, you're paying way more than 0. You're going to pay almost double what we're asking. Why are you doing this? We're giving you a deal. And we didn't, we were below the maximum child support amount because my client didn't feel like it was necessary in mediation to do so. So we're like, we'll just, we can just do this. We can solve it. And they said $0. So we get up and walk out. They went into court trying to enforce all aspects of our mediated agreement and then have the judge rule separately on the back child support. And I said, whoa. No. This is not a piecemeal deal here.
Excuse me. This is one. Yeah, this is one.
Look, I would like to say that we agreed on these 3 parts.
And we get those.
Where's that, Judge? But then we'll argue this 4th part.
Hey, Nick, I got to call somebody out in the stream.
Yeah. Fortunately, most judges are smarter than that.
Yeah. Matrix 29 Bear. I hope you or your lawyer never run into the Amazon Legion of Doom because they will flay the hide off of you and your lawyer. Made a disparaging comment about female attorneys.
No, yeah, I see that, and Actually,
you know what? I kind of hope you do run into them at some point. Come to think of it, I got to run. I'll be back, guys.
Okay, sure. Of the law school classmates, I remember the 5 or 6 of them that I do. About half of them were female attorneys, and they'd be very, very competent and formidable opponents. But no, but this lady was not. I mean, she walked into court with that. We beat the hell out of her on that. My client got the statutory child. I mean, we got everything we didn't ask for in the end by court order because they just. Oh, and when I went in. And she hands me the thing and she's like, yeah, so this is what we're proposing. I said, this order is stupid. There's no way we agreed. She's like, no, you agreed to all this. Yeah, based on the idea that we would settle out the whole thing, but you guys backed out. We told you how to settle this thing. You wanted to pay 0. We said, no deal. Like, well, we'll see what the judge says. I said, I know what the judge will say.
All right.
And then they tried to pull some bullshit like the grandparents were watching the kid, and then the dad wrote the grandparents checks, but then the grandparents would just rip them up. And so then they tried to add that into his expenses for like, he's like, oh, he's paying for childcare. I'm like, that's the kid's grandparents. That's not childcare. It is. I'm like, okay, is their house approved for a childcare facility? Has the state been in and inspected it? Are they licensed and approved? Let's talk about this if we're paying for childcare here. And they back down real quick. But
no, I will tell you the funny thing for me is like I started out and I still sometimes have to, but I fortunately don't deal with family law very often.
Stop, fellow.
It's willy-nilly. Like, it's the most willy-nilly of courts in Florida. Like, it's, best interest of the children. Like, they just make stuff up as they go along, and it's not what I'm used to in court. I go to family law court. It's a whole different world.
I've never done either, but I feel like I'd rather do a death penalty case than family law. It's just
100%. You at least know you're going to lose. And
it's just like everyone hates you. You can't win no matter what you do. It's like it's just a complete world of nightmare. Your own client will hate you, and everyone hates you, and it's just I don't know how people do it. It's not for me.
And even if you win,
and they don't get paid that much. Like they're not making enough money. Family law attorneys don't make enough money to deal with the crap they deal with, to deal with the uncertainty of what judges give them, which is bullshit. And no, I'm glad I don't have to deal with family law anymore.
My firm, we all, we do family law because, again, affluent families they got to have it. And it is an absolute soul destroying.
Yeah.
field. I personally, I've handled a number of high dollar divorces because I'm a business lawyer, right? I mean, that, and if a business is involved, believe it or not, most of the time you need a business lawyer, not a divorce lawyer, because the business issues are going to predominate. But yeah, people just, a divorce is like a business transaction, only completely emotional, which means it's a nightmare because people are not, they're not going to reason logically. They're not going to reason consistently. We've noted, at least in East Texas, we've noticed a phenomenon where a lot of the family law bar, they seem, and it's, this is it appears this way to us, that a lot of these family lawyers, especially the older generation, promise these clients the moon, knowing damn well eventually we're going to go to mediation. That's where we're going to settle it.
Mm.
Yeah.
And I think that's despicable. That's the thing about mediation, right? Is it arguably, at least in Texas, it arguably saved the civil litigation system in that, you could actually theoretically get to court at some point. But the downside of mediation is, how many times have you been in a case where you've told opposing counsel, you do understand the law says you don't win. Here it is. Here's the case. And they don't care because they know that in all likelihood you're going to settle at mediation.
Yep.
Have y'all seen that? Have you guys seen that?
Yes.
Mediation, on one hand, it solves a lot of cases, but it doesn't settle them fairly. I see people that are just, the mediator comes in, they tell them, and I get it. The mediator tells each side, hey, you're going to lose.
Yeah.
But I see people settling in mediation on terms that I'm like, Jesus Christ, you're not going to, this is not how this ends up anywhere near this if you go to trial. But if it goes to trial, you're talking about another 30, 40, 50, 80 grand in attorney's fees. And so they're, okay, check mark, we'll do it.
I've been on both sides of the mediation game where it's one, we got, really favorable results where it's like, I don't know if we would have won this, but we got it here. And then I've been on the other side too. What I tell my clients going to mediation is, don't think about what you can win in mediation. The way to approach mediation is think about what you're comfortable walking away with. And
right.
And if you can get both parties to take that perspective, you can come to a decent deal. But it always sucks when, like the mediation I was talking about before, when the dad said, "Oh, we're not going to pay anything on back child support." I said, there's a statute, and if we go into court, we will
You're going
win.
to pay something.
We will win, and you will. Here's how much you will pay. It's a calculator. It's math, and it's really easy to figure out. It's not even a question, and there's no question that for 8 months you weren't there, and that was within the past 2 years. Everything. He said, but my lawyer says I might not, and I said, well, she's wrong. I'm sorry, she's wrong. We will win this. And you
disparaged your noble colleague, Nick.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would do it to her face.
I've never been prouder of you.
I would. She was in the room when I said it too, but I would tell it to her face.
My pride exceeds the capacity of my house.
But
at this point.
It was like, she's wrong. There's no way you're going to win. The law is completely on our side. And of course it was.
That's literally the dumbest thing I've heard today. And if you knew the stupid shit I've heard today, you'd know that's no mild. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Another chat here. Emmy Fire Intern Chan says, hey, Nick, just wanted to pop in before going to bed and say hi. Wish you a good stream and gave you some news. I'm pregnant. Oh, congrats.
Yeah.
Probably won't make.
pregnant news. How do I not see those?
Probably won't make Anime Matsuri next year due to the baby is due shortly before then. Have a good night. No, you put your baby in cosplay and bring him. Like, dress him up like an N2 mine from Evangelion or whatever. Adam D says YouTube took down the Detroit.
Nick, is this like? Do we have any idea if this is first child or anything?
First
like
child. You've met this person. You met them at
Okay.
Matsuri last year.
You're about to go through the best time of your life.
Yeah.
Don't listen to what the other people say. Just trust me on this.
Kids will drain everything you love and just suck it out of you. And at some point, your hair will fall out.
We've got to introduce him.
We got to introduce him. That's what kids do.
We got to introduce Burch to your Uncle John. No, seriously, the degree of depression and depth, we might actually split the space-time continuum.
It'd be like putting a bag of holding inside of a portable hole.
Exactly. Yeah, it would be glorious.
Adam D says, YouTube took down the Detroit Leaks video today. No explanation, of course. Election interference, but F them anyway because it already got out and we won, and it still lives on your coverage. Cheers, buddy.
Streisand effect.
Cheers. Cheers to you, Adam. Yeah, that was up in Michigan. They were training their poll workers to utilize COVID social distancing rules to keep the poll checkers from being able to do their legally authorized job of making sure the election has integrity. They're actually instructing them to keep the poll checkers away from the table and not let them see. It was great. Tails DM says, I feel like negotiation and mediation should be taught in school, not just as part of a law degree. Probably.
I think, I don't know about you guys. I took a class in law school in mediation, and it was not the most pointless class in law school, but I'd say it's in the lower 10th%. That's hard to teach because there are no real stakes.
Right.
No.
And if you're doing just a role-playing exercise, that's pointless.
I got in trouble in my negotiation class.
No. Really?
Because we had an exercise where, it was a mock negotiation, and one side had their set of facts, and the other side had a similar set of facts, but, they were biased or whatever. And then we had our list of, desires, and they were percentage desires, so we knew what was, highly desirable for our clients. And the idea was, for the assignment, I guess, in retrospect, was that you could come to a compromise, and that actually both clients kind of wanted similar to the same things. Now, there were some parts of the deal that were inflexible and really important or whatever, but there were other parts of the deal where you were supposed to be able to give up these things. But we found out that the other side, because they kind of said something, that they indicated what was really important to them, and I knew it wasn't important to us at all.
So you gave it to them?
No. I held out on it. we fleeced them over it. It was great. they were because they figured that it was really important to us, and so we got a whole bunch of extra money out of the deal.
I got crossroads with my mediation professor because he downgraded us. A poorly designed scenario, basically, and the deal was, it was kind of similar, right? Was that this is important to you, this is important to them, blah, blah. And I was like, okay, there's an overlap here. Okay, you can have what you want if we can have what we want. And they said yes, and we settled the mediation in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
He's like, well, you didn't spend time negotiating back and forth. I said, why would I do that? We got what we wanted according to the scenario that you drew up. Yeah. Now, you can't teach negotiation, I don't think. You can read books on theory and all that kind of stuff. The problem with a lot of those books, though, is they're bullshit.
Yeah, there's
I don't think a lot of people coming up. And I say today, I mean, with me, know the value of sticking up for your convictions. I think that's a good thing. I think teaching people to say, hey, I want this, I want that, and not giving into, just whatever someone wants is, I don't know.
Well,
I don't think
the presumption that there's alwa's a compromise.
it's wrong.
There's never,
only in law school.
I say I say this to clients. Look, I mean, this is how this works. There's a maximum price you'll pay. There's a minimum price they'll take. If there's an overlap, that's where we're going to negotiate. But if those two are out of phase, it's pointless. And I don't know. I assume that theorists have come up with this, but I've got an additional concept that I've explained to clients over the years. That look, you've got this zone that you're negotiating in, that theoretically there might be a deal. Outside that zone is what I call kind of the it's a fair shot zone. We'll ask for it if we don't get it. But beyond that, there's the pissed off zone. You can make a demand that's so unreasonable that the other side will simply get pissed off and storm out.
100%.
And I remember one of my business owner clients one time just vehemently disagreed with me on that. We were trying to sell his company, and I let him go. And I said, okay. I said, but now, don't you remember about 2 months ago when such and such a company told me that they'd be willing to pay us this much for your company? Don't you remember what you did? And he goes, well, that's different. I went, can you connect the dots? He goes, I don't want to talk about this anymore. Because it's exactly what happened.
Because it's my turn on that end.
They made an insultingly low offer. I even asked their broker. I said, "Don't make me take this to our client. He's going to pick it. He's going to blow a gasket, and we're done." When you go back to I'm not asking your client to negotiate with themselves. I'm asking them to be reasonable. No, this was their offer. I said, "Okay, great." And I took it back out. Of course, he blew a gasket. And I don't want to talk this, but okay, but that's
here.
You can't learn that, I don't think, in a classroom. I think that really does just require experience.
On Your Knees B says, rackets, Biden quote of the week, open to the challenge to quote it in a voice of their choosing. I'll lead an effective strategy to mobilize in. Did you guys see that?
That sounds like Biden.
It was so good. It was so good.
Pick the form of your destructor.
Wait, are you saying Biden is Gozer the Gozerian?
Yeah.
Are you a god? Corn Pop told me one
when
time.
Someone asked if you're a god. The answer is yes.
Always say yes.
I think with Biden being mentioned, it brings two topics to mind, and if it might be interesting to transition.
Yeah.
Talking either about the future of the Supreme Court if they pack and what it does to the balance of powers and so forth, or in the alternative, talking about the Second Amendment, because some of the proposals out there are pretty scary. So,
yeah, did you see?
If anyone has interest in those, I'd be interested.
Kurt, did you see Walmart take down their guns?
I did. Yes, Walmart has apparently took. I don't know if it's nationwide or some stores. There's conflicting articles, but they removed, at least from some stores, all ammo and all firearms because they're afraid of civil unrest. So that's
crazy. Yeah.
Look, I'm going to get my 1,200 feet per second air rifle.
I can't believe I left this company. Those people.
I find it very interesting that a lot of my left-leaning brethren are buying firearms to the point where some of them are wearing masks, not because of the COVID, but because they don't want to be spotted by their fellow people who are on the left. And I wonder
I'm pro anti-government, anti-whatever. I don't care what side of the spectrum you're on. I'm pro that.
I wonder if it will at all move the gun debate in the future, now that some of our left-leaning brethren are like, oh, maybe gun rights might be a good idea. Oh, maybe we should
I hate to say it. I doubt it.
Like the First Amendment, and maybe like everyone could have freedom of speech. Everyone could have guns. That might be good.
Well,
they put them. They put them back.
Crazy talk.
Walmart put them back.
They did.
Apparently,
the backlash must have been.
Here are my bold propositions I'd like to offer.
Yes.
The First Amendment should cover everybody. The Second Amendment should cover everybody. Fourth, Fifth, Sixth.
Nick, who is this lunatic that you've invited on your show?
This
guy's just talking crazy talk.
He's pro. Look, I've housed a military person.
Are you actually suggesting the Constitution means what it says?
Pro the government doing that.
I'm suggesting directly that I want to hear left-leaning people talk, because I want to hear what they have to say, specifically because I might be wrong. And I want to hear what they have to say so that if I'm wrong, I'll be less stupid.
But
That
you and
would
I
be great.
both know you're not wrong, and you and I both know they're idiots. But it's a nice gesture.
Well, I don't, this goes back a half hour into our discussion at this point, but we're talking about a little bit about the ivory tower of law school professors and how they can become so insulated. It's like, I never want to become that doctrinal or that arrogant.
I'm being a smart ass. I agree. I mean,
I like listening to left-leaning people because I'm like, they've got to be saying something that on some level has value or truth,
Kurt,
or they wouldn't be saying it.
Kurt, can you actually get any liberals to actually give you an intelligent defense of their position?
Well, these days, having an intelligent conversation between right and left, as I'm sure you can appreciate, is very problematic because it seems, from my point of view, the left is much less willing to have discussions with the right than the right is.
They're not willing to have discussions.
Yeah,
Here's the thing,
that's one way of
I
putting
don't think they're necessarily wrong just because they don't have it. I'm definitely probably to the right of center, but I don't think they're wrong because they don't have discussions. And I think it's bothersome that they take the stances they do, because I think it leads to bad problems where we lead to lefts and rights, and they've got strong arguments. They just don't make them anymore. They do. They just don't make them. I don't know.
Hear me out. They really don't. They have gone to a point now to where they can't defend their positions, and they know it. I had this epiphany. It was about 4 years ago. You guys may have seen this when Crowder and Milo Yiannopoulos and I can't remember her name. Anyway, there's a
Ty forgets the woman. Oh, typical Ty right there.
Nice,
oh my!
You're
proving my point, you anti-feminist.
I often ask myself what I've done to deserve you, Nick. But no. Anyway,
must have been a bunch of good deeds. It started, they were giving a talk, and of course the liberal students were acting like complete dipshits. They were screaming and shrieking hysterically, but they got to the Q&A section. And here's the thing. Student walks up, makes some liberal statement, and storms out. Doesn't even want to hear the response. That's the problem the left has got. They can't defend their positions, and they know it. That's why they're trying to shut down the speech of the rest of us. Now, the conservatives are not perfect. Don't get me wrong. It was Christina Hoff Sommers, you sexist.
Standard. Do what?
It was Christina Hoff Sommers, you sexist.
Sexist pig. Forgot pig. Yeah. I keep wanting.
But here's the thing, though. I don't hold the left to what college and academics.
These were professors. No. These were
I know. You're not making me think better of them by saying that. You're enforcing what I'm saying. I think there are stronger arguments that say maybe the conservative side's not 100% right.
Yeah.
The fact that they can't.
Hold on. Kurt had a response, I think.
No, it's just I'm a big fan of Jordan Peterson. I really like his work, and I like the way he frames some of the values of the left. They speak to those who are at the bottom of whatever hierarchies there are. They speak to the underprivileged. They speak to weaknesses in current definitions and current categorizations. They can challenge the frameworks, because one of the things that makes me conservative in my own head is I like categorization. I like labels and putting things into various boxes so things are segmented and I can understand various realities to things. And the left likes to challenge these borders and challenge the definitional frameworks. And there's something there. And also, Jordan Peterson speaks to the fact that the conservatives can't be right perpetually because the ground is perpetually changing. Reality's changing. And so the conservative can run reality as it exists, but the liberal is good for generating new ideas. And so I like some of this dichotomous framework.
I like Peterson, but I'm sorry, I think that's bullshit. I think at this point in time, okay, now I agree, we're not going to be right all the time and not forever. But, I don't know what your undergraduate degrees were. Mine was history. And the professors in the 1980s were liberals. They were all Democrats. They were liberals. I don't ever remember being punished in any way for the fact that I was to the right of Attila the Hun, even when I was in college.
Right.
And I remember engaging those professors and them engaging and us having those conversations. Today, if you try to have a conversation with a liberal, now this is a generalization. I'm sure you can find exceptions, but for every exception you find, I'll find 1,000 that are not.
Damn.
You say,
claim.
I'm sorry. I don't think unlimited immigration into this country is a good idea. The response is not, well, now, wait a minute. Here are the benefits. It's you fucking racist.
I don't know. I went to, I started law school in 2007.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not good with numbers anymore. But I started to, and I was definitely to the right of every law professor I went to. And not a single one of them was that they're what you're talking about. They didn't agree with me 100%, but they were open minded.
But they would engage you. They would engage you, right?
Yeah,
even then.
100%.
Well, and I think law school probably got dragged along, right? Probably had you been an undergraduate history major in 2007, I think you would have found a lot more intolerance. Now, I mean, my point is,
I don't know if even in 2007 you would have. It changed.
It changed
really
with
rapidly.
I don't think
Trump
this has
changed a lot. Like, it's the weirdest thing in the world where the idea that you support the incumbent president, it means you're the worst person in the world.
Yeah,
I don't support politicians in general, but I can't imagine. It's insane to me that you're a fascist if you support the president of the United States of America. It's
because
a
they're
weird
fucking
position.
idiots. They don't understand what fascism means. These are people that wear Che Guevara shirts, right?
Right. He's killing gay people, but
here's
the left's
where
pro him.
I got a real good friend. He's one of my law school buddies, and the guy I told you about earlier that I represent. I'm going to see him tomorrow, as a matter of fact. He's a big Jordan Peterson fan too, by the way.
I'm a Jordan Peterson fan.
I like Peterson.
No, I'm a Jordan Peterson fan. That's what you were saying.
Yeah. Look, Lawcat has this.
Oh, Jesus Christ! There's a pussy on the screen.
Ty's opening an OnlyFans immediately.
I know. Oh, gee, presenting the butthole.
Okay, let me read this other chat here. Uziel says, hey, Ty, fellow Texan here. In my city on Wednesday, a county judge closed all non-essential businesses. Today, the sheriff and mayor are saying, no, we're not listening to that. Now my city doesn't know what to do. I'm in El Paso, by the way.
It happened in Tyler. I think county judges ought to be taken out and shot as a general. I'm sorry. Texas has this bizarre thing where the county judge is both a judge and effectively the manager of the county. I have no idea why we have that. It probably made sense in the 1800s. But what you now have is you have people that are executives, political executives, also judge with the ability to issue contempt citations, theoretically, I guess. And our county judge here in Smith County has done a pretty fair job. That grandstanding jackass in Dallas, on the other hand, has not. I don't know what to tell you. There are consequences to the people you elect. And one thing COVID has definitely demonstrated is you should pay attention to who you're electing. Ask Houston. I don't know what to tell you.
So this is just pure inquiry because I've seen this. So in my head, I was like, judges can't make the law, but you're telling me county judges have some ability in Texas.
It's a weird. I don't know why we have it. It probably made sense, when we were a frontier state. But yeah, the county judge is essentially the executive of the county, the president of the county, you might say. Yeah, but he's also a judge. And so you can understand the fundamental problem.
He's essentially the chairman of the county council. So you elect the other members of the county council, and he serves as the fifth member or whatever it is of the county council and as the chairman. So he has an equal vote, but he speaks to it. So when you say like this county judge is issuing it, it's because he's acting in an executive capacity. So he's just got this split role, which is weird. This is something I learned when I moved to Texas. I'm getting more educated.
That's a very interesting set of circumstances. Texas is crazy when it comes to the law.
It is a terrible system in an emergency like the COVID. In fact, in Dallas, Clay Jenkins is the county judge there. I'm probably committing all kinds of ethical violations by calling him a jackass, but I think the First Amendment protects me. Jenkins got so out of line that the Dallas City Council pinned his ears back. And you got to understand the Dallas City Council is about the DC City Council, because he was just going around shutting down businesses left and right. And don't get me started. What I was saying about Peterson earlier, the cat distracted me.
Sure, it did.
The problem that Jordan Peterson, I think, has, and it's not just his problem, it's a whole lot of conservative thinkers, is, look, in my opinion, you cannot rebut emotional arguments with logic. The heart's going to beat the mind every time, in my opinion. If I'm right, then, you're responding to you're a racist with, now, wait a second, I believe this, and this, and that is not racism, is going to be a totally ineffective response. You respond to emotional arguments with emotional arguments. I like ridicule myself.
That's good. Yeah.
I mean, seriously.
That's how I win most of the arguments.
I've never ridiculed a person in my life. So
the funny thing is, I any number of times when I've encountered liberal, I on Facebook, I don't go to anybody else's page. I just stay on my own. But of course, other people's stuff comes in, and occasionally liberals leak through. And they'll make an argument. I'll address it logically, but then I'll just poke fun at them. And I always love it. You're resorting to an ad hominem attack. I said, no, I don't know what the hell they're teaching you in the schools, but you're an idiot. I am answering your argument, and then I'm making fun of you. That's not an ad hominem attack. That's just simple mean-spiritedness.
I'm insulting you. There's a big difference.
You're not wrong because you're an idiot. You're wrong and an idiot.
Exactly, precisely.
A huge difference between the two. Yeah,
that's my critique of Peterson. It's not just Peterson. I mean, he's
Ty,
we need to ridicule the other side more.
What I think you're failing to consider.
They won the culture war primarily by doing that.
I mean, one possible response I've had some success with, and it's not been huge, but one idea is to respond to the emotional argument with an emotional argument, because to have empathy for anybody is implicitly to have empathy or not have empathy for all other things. So whenever if you're responding to empathy from the left and say, well, I have empathy for this group, it's like, well, what groups are not being represented by that empathy? And you can try to respond to that. And that has some weaknesses, and it's not always successful, but sometimes it can be fruitful.
Well, Kurt, I don't want to.
For example, if I may, for example, for immigration would be a good example. Say, well, I have empathy for all these people who are coming here, and have come here, and their plight. I say, okay, I understand that, but I have empathy for all the people who are playing by the rules and have gone through the long, arduous process of applying for legal immigration.
Kurt, you're a racist.
I have empathy for those people and making sure that they're not different. And as I say, it's not a perfect argument because your rebuttal makes sense, but I've had some success with it.
Well, yeah, and of course, again, I'm generalizing, so by definition, there will be exceptions. My problem is when someone says I'm a racist. Okay, so first of all, you need to take that up with the very first associate that I ever hired, who was a black female.
Mm-hmm.
When she gets
listen, Ty has one black friend, of course.
Yeah, let me tell you something. When she gets through ripping your face off, I remember at one point, this was hysterical. At one point, we probably had the most diverse law firm in East Texas, right? It wasn't planned, but I had, I had various gay employees and all this kind of stuff. And they were fiercely protective of me when I'd get into it with somebody, he's a racist, or he's a sexist, or he's a homophobe. Man, I was like, you don't want my Amazons to hear it. So at my firm, the female attorneys and female staff are known as the Amazon Legion of Doom. They even have T-shirts.
Of course they do.
Well, yeah. Why wouldn't you?
Really should have been tank tops. I mean,
I'll tell you what's hysterical was the lead
bonus.
Well, the lead Amazon graduated number 1 in her class at Texas the year that she graduated. I mean, she is just a fear. She's no longer with the firm, but she's still a very good friend. So when I gave her T-shirt, right, she goes, if someone had told me that I was going to work for a firm where they called me an Amazon, I would say, I will never work for something as sexist as that. But this is so cool. Because what they understood was it was a symbol of respect. But the problem is the problem. I mean, you're assuming a good faith argument on the other side. And if you...
I wouldn't quite that way. I'm assuming they're coming from something that's a good place.
Yeah,
they're trying to do something they think is right.
I don't think that assumption is warranted in most cases. Look,
no, I agree with Kurt until the person until they give me the opportunity to see something different.
Such as disparaging you as a racist the minute they disagree with you.
Well, right. If someone opens the discussion with "you're a racist," I mean that's a little bit different. Now,
that said, if in fact they are dealing from a position of good faith, I agree. I think that is a good way. The thing about Peterson, is that dissection he did of that idiot journalist in the UK. Mm-hmm. That's so famous. I remember I called my daughters. Yes, I called my daughters in and I said, "You got to watch this." And
watch this man destroy a woman, daughters.
Thanks,
good.
Thanks, Nick. But when it was over, I said, "Here's the thing." I said, "We do need more people like him because he's got the patience and the goodwill to sit there and not throw his pen down and go, 'You stupid fucking idiot! I'm tired of this.'" I thought it was magnificent. I don't have that kind of control or patience. And to those that do, I truly admire them.
Well,
but at the same
time,
time,
you don't understand is men and women have only been in the workplace for about 40 years together.
That's great.
No, I mean,
thank you, Kermit/Peterson. That's great.
But at the end of the day, though, the problem is I think a critical mass of the left no longer cares to actually substantiate their views or to support their arguments or to even have an engagement. They will simply dismiss you as a racist and move on. And I've reached a point in my life, if somebody calls me a racist, I'm like, okay, well, you're just a fucking piece of shit. because it's the same counter, right? I am not a racist. I've never, to the extent that I've been able to demonstrate that in my life, there's no argument. I have mixed race family members, that I care about. So when some pasty white, affluent, neurotic liberal calls me a racist, I all because they disagree with me, I'm sorry, they've given up any claim to dealing in good faith. And I think that, if we're going to win this war, we're going to have to start fighting the enemy on the battleground that we've got. And ridicule is, without a doubt, in my opinion, the most effective way because they can't stand that. And they're not very good at dealing with it.
I guess my issue is that we're at war. Like, I think 100%. There are crazy people on Twitter who they take extreme views. But I don't think the vast majority of people think that. I think the vast majority of people who aren't on the internet, and especially aren't on Twitter all day long, they're good people.
New York Times columnists are actually seriously
New York Times columnists are
they're not. Yeah, New York Times columnists aren't people. That's a big
no. If you're a journalist, you're less than a person. like there's people, there's politicians, and then there's journalists, and they're way below people.
I agree. I think they're subhuman too. But hear me out. You've got New York Times journalists actually seriously suggesting that we have a truth and reconciliation committee where Trump voters are to confess their sins. This is not written in irony. This is not written as a parody. This is written as seriousness. And here's the problem. Not one fucking liberal of any stature has gone, wait a minute, that's ridiculous. So I would submit to you guys that while I wish you were right about this, I don't see any strong evidence. Actually, I don't see any evidence at all that the left is interested in.
Well, maybe I'm operating on pure hope, but I want to.
Dude, I'd love for you to be right. I really would.
The ultimate problem I'm trying to solve here is I'm trying to maintain a republic with a vast and disparate populace who think different things about different issues. And
pretending like your enemies aren't your enemy, I don't think
I am concerned, as I'm sure you are as well, about the polarization and about where things are going. I'm concerned about stacking the Supreme Court. I'm concerned about where that heads. I'm trying to look for paths to stop all this, and maybe it's futile, but I'm trying.
Look, if you find one, I'll be the very first to say, I'm glad you did. I don't worry so much about the polarization. I get tired of hearing that, quite frankly, because I've read political ads from 1800 where
no doubt. No doubt. I mean, we are not necessarily in the worst of all possible timelines. You could even go back to the 1960s and make a credible argument.
The news likes to think that we're at the end of times. That's
bullshit.
No, I think you can make an absolutely credible argument, as Ty point out, that we were worse off in early parts of the Republic, 1800s. You can make a credible argument we were worse off in the 1960s, but still, it's like, well, I'm still seeing a threat profile. That's one of the things my conservative brain is speaking to, the threat profile to the institutions. I'm trying to figure out ways to deal with that. And maybe it's not that big a deal. Maybe I'm overly sensitive to the threat profile, but it's still like I'm trying to prevent some harms from occurring that I think are real.
Kurt, I don't have a problem with that at all. I really don't. But at the same time, we may have to fight a war.
Yeah, that's not the most ideal solution necessarily.
Agreed. But at the same time, when the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, Roosevelt had to stop talking about compromises. Right?
But no one's bombing anything right now. At best, you've got is someone taking over Portland, and no one cares about Portland. No one's ever cared about Portland.
I personally hope Portland burns.
And that's the thing. It's.
But I'm just telling you, these people. Remember.
But those people are thinking the same thing about us.
That's my point exactly, Stephen. That's my point exactly. They think the exact same thing about us.
That observation doesn't get us anywhere. The Nazis thought that we were bad too. That didn't make it right. Listen, guys, it's real simple. These people, look, every time socialism kicks in anywhere, it winds up in genocide. And you go, okay, well, yeah, but we're not talking about socialism. All right, these fuckers think that they can that they are morally justified in ruining people's lives because they politically disagree with them. It's not very far from that to get to, well, let's just kill the bastards.
Yeah, but I guess the thing is, what's the other side of that? You're saying, well, where is...
We fight back. Now, if the enemy ever says, look, okay, can we have peace? Sure. We don't have to annihilate the other side. But we cannot win a war. If I'm right, we're in a war. You can't win a war by pretending.
I guess that's where I disagree. Like, we're all Americans. I don't know. Right. I don't think we're in a war. Well, I think there's a very, very small percentage of the country that's upset, and there's a vast majority of the country that's like, eh. And I worry that we're letting the internet tell us, especially through Twitter and Facebook, that we're very far apart when the vast majority of the country is not that far apart.
I want to point out in response to something you said earlier about Ty. You were saying, "Show me the reasonable liberal," or something along those lines.
Please do.
And, well, there's a guy in the chat, and I believe he was responding to that. He said, "We try to speak up and are drowned out just like you are." So
Drowned out by who?
well, probably the same people who try to drown out like reasonable conservatives, right?
Drowned out by who? Look, Nick, that's a bullshit statement. Who is drowning you out? Okay.
Well, their voices are drowned out by the more radicalized voice, I guess, is the point.
Well,
but I mean, I know plenty of liberal people who don't.
So it strikes me as the Germans who said, I didn't really agree with the Nazis, but I had to go along with them.
Okay, with all possible respect, Ty, I understand what you're saying about the Nazis. I understand what you're saying, but do you really think we're quite in that position where there's nothing left to do but to pick up arms and go to war? Are we in that posture?
No.
Okay, so that's my point. All right, so like there might be a time and a place when there's no room left for compromise, and all we can do is go to war. There might be a time and place for that. But if we're not there, then blessed are the peacemakers, is what I'm trying to say.
Kurt, the problem is the peacemakers.
I just built a house on some sort of water canal. I really don't want to go to war. I really just want my boat to go fishing every night. So I'm pro peace. I'm the most peaceful person you'll ever meet in your life right now.
I'm in the exact same boat.
The problem is, if the other side is preparing for war and we're sitting around going, we need peace, we're going to
I have no problem preparing for war.
Then I think there's compatibility on our points.
Vis pacem parabellum, man. Those who want peace prepare for war.
Right. But what I see on our side is way too much of, we really don't want to fight this war. Well, guess what? You're going to fight the war, in my opinion, if I'm right. And I concede that I may not be. But if I'm right, we're going to fight this war sooner or later. And it would be, I'm a military historian by inclination, and that's what I would have done, if my politics would have allowed me to get hired at any university in the country. Because I actually got about a third of the way to my doctorate in history. I was really going to actually be a historian, but sold out and went to law school. Wars are very expensive when you have to go into them unprepared. All right, Neville Chamberlain gets really bad press for giving in to Hitler, but the reality was Britain was not prepared, was not able to fight a war when he gave up at Munich. He bought Britain a year that they desperately needed. Well, had the British been sensible and been prepared, Neville Chamberlain would never have had to make that concession. So unprepared wars are a lot more expensive at the end of the day. And the other side thinks they're in a war with us.
K. Maxor.
As a generalization.
K. Maxor says the media is shutting down any voice that speaks against their radical agenda, conservative and liberal. I'm a liberal and I agree with you on a lot, but generalizing is what they do.
Well, yeah, okay. You can't have rational arguments without generalization. Okay.
No, but
it doesn't get us very far to go.
No, he's saying that the media is generalizing all liberals into the radicalized position of journalists.
What liberal speech has the media ever shut down?
By nature of it being shut down, you wouldn't have heard it, right?
Well, but then how can we test that claim?
You say,
I think
my
social media
overall thing is maybe we lose in speech, but every redneck I know, I'm very redneck, Florida, Country boy.
I think
And
social
we have
media is
tons of
producing a
guns.
distorted picture.
Lots of them.
Social media is producing a distorted picture. That distorted picture is being reflected by mainstream press as well. But social media is creating echo chambers, creating bubbles, creating anger
Kurt,
as a mechanism to create spread, and the mainstream media is representing that. But
so what you're saying is you think that Twitter is driving.
Ty, let him finish.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's
100%.
Twitter's toxic hellhole. Yes, I think that's a proposition.
And so, for example,
in general is toxic.
So the guy that's asking for the reconciliation shit is being driven by Twitter.
In fact, that's my favorite part of Twitter is being toxic. Because I get a lot of likes when I'm toxic. When I say
that's exactly the problem.
Yep.
They're using rage and anger as a mechanism to drive engagement because anger is such a powerful motivator emotionally, and they engage with it. And so, of course, you're getting engagement with it. That's exactly the problem. You're part of the problem, and we need to figure out ways to prevent that so we can not be so pissed off with each other all the time.
No way. That's why I end all of my tweets with "eat shit, asshole."
That's probably not helping, Nick. With all respect.
You know what my favorite thing is when Nick tweets or retweets my thing, because I'm like, oh, people are going to be angry, and it makes me happy, and I don't know why, but it makes me very, very happy.
The Schadenfreude is real. I understand the Schadenfreude. It's a wonderful impulse. I get it. It may not be the best of our nature. Maybe
it's not. No, I feel bad about myself, but I enjoy every bit of it. It's.
I'm calling on you to be better than you are. You're capable of it. I believe in you.
Don't do it, Burch.
Don't do it. In the wrong person. I'm a lawyer. I don't know why you would believe in me.
Don't go towards the light.
My morals are for sale at an hourly rate.
I don't actually know much about Twitter. I've got like 14,000 Twitter followers, and I follow exactly 2 people, my 2 daughters. So I don't know anything about Twitter. You might be. You could be right.
Twitter is terrible. Like
it's a horrible place. I'll be right back.
It is. As I said, and I don't mean this to be condescending. I hope it doesn't come off this way. When I say I hope you're right, I genuinely do hope you're right.
No, I don't take it condescendingly at all, and I hope I'm right too. Because I fear you're right. I absolutely do. If you don't think I can see it, you're out of your damn mind. I absolutely can see it, and I'm just waiting on hope.
Well, and you know what? That's worthy. I mean, as long as we're prepared for the fight, I got no problem with trying to be rational. Because, God damn it, somebody's got to be the grown-ups here.
Look, I have pitchforks.
I have 2 daughters. I'm in my mid-50s. I'm a parent. I've been a grown-up a lot longer than I've been an adolescent, and of course I run a law firm, and I mean, I'm a grown-up. And if the grown-ups on both sides were able to talk, that would be great. But I don't see the grown-ups on the other side. And that is not bias on my part. Because like I said, back 20 years, where are my liberals from 20 years ago? I had a good friend in law school who was as far to the left as I am to the right. In fact, that was the joke. Well, you get Ty and Michelle in the same room, you've got the entire political spectrum. And we got along famously.
A regular Scalia and Ginsburg.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what? Precisely. That's a very good. That's actually a very good analogy. I'll never forget. This is hilarious. You guys love this. So this was back in 95, 94. David Duke ran for governor of Louisiana.
Yeah, I remember.
And so I'm from Louisiana. So I go to Louisiana on vacation, and he comes to the little dinky town that I'm from, and I attend a David Duke rally, and I mean he's like literally 5 feet away from me. And so I get back to law school. I say, Michelle, you're not going to believe this. I went to a David Duke rally. She goes, I'm not surprised by that at all. I went, oh, come on.
That was brutal. That was brutal.
That was brutal.
Here I'm like, Ty, please shut up about going to the fucking David Duke rally.
I walked into it, spare the rod, But I'm not seeing that anywhere anymore where conservatives and liberals can sit there and go, this is the thing. And as I said,
well, that's
when your
because,
response to a disagreement with me is that I'm a racist, there's no goodwill there. There's. I mean, at that point, why shouldn't I call you an ugly sack of shit? Right.
I think the reason you don't see it though is because the way social media works and what we're talking about, where it propagates the outrage and the anger, and it rewards it very effectively. It means that the conversations that are civil, that are happening between conservative and liberals, they know they're not going to have them on social media. They know they're not going to, because if they do, then their less reasonable friends or followers will jump in and shit all over the conversation. You can't talk.
100%.
That's fair.
I've got a very liberal friend, and I try to keep like my politics on Twitter and my fun stuff on Facebook. And I've got a very liberal friend who he's on both. And I worry sometimes. I'm like, I don't want to comment when he says stuff because I worry that like it's going to turn into some shitstorm, on Twitter, because I know he's good faith. I know he's just making his arguments. He's saying stuff. I love the guy, but
he's talking about
people
me
who follow me. No, you're
I'm
you're
joking.
the worst person ever. But I do worry that like people who follow me will see what he says and like pile on him. And I'm like, I don't want that. I love the guy. Like he's a good guy, and I agree. I don't agree with his position, but I agree with his arguments, and I worry that I don't know. I worry that what little bit of ancillary fame I have from rackets will pile on to this guy because he disagrees.
Depending on, Nick. Okay, fair enough. That's a good point. Probably I'm disproportionately valuing conversations on social media because that is my primary interaction mechanism with liberals these days. So maybe I am skewed. I will say this, again, our firm had.
What's Kurt drinking?
I don't know.
What are you?
I brought a bottle over. That looked like a fancy bottle.
I'll say this. I told you guys earlier, at one point we had the most diverse law firm in East Texas, I'm certain. Those attorneys, most of them left because various reasons, their practice areas weren't quite compatible or they got better offers or whatever. And we're all good. And we're all friends and still. Those friends have still remained friends. I don't know how that relationship's a little more complicated than just simply friends, but they're liberals and they never one time, I mean, they actually would have torn somebody's face off if they had attacked me because they were just very loyal. So yeah, maybe my belligerent view is actually conditioned by social media interaction. It really rattled me to the core when I saw professors in universities, though, making statements and storming off when it was obvious. I mean, sitting there going, oh my God, not only can you not defend your position, you can't. And you're doing this in front of your students. Because at one time I was going to be a professor, right? I mean, there's some vague, whatever.
But professors have never represented real life. Like professors are the opposite of real life.
See,
I mean, they are.
I agree.
I don't know. I've never thought, hey, this professor represents anything other than this guy paid way too much money to tell me shit I don't care about.
Well, and it's certainly possible that my memories of my liberal professors. Remember, I was an undergraduate, and then I became a graduate student, and all of a sudden, these professors who were in a position of authority. I mean, that is one of the cool things about liberal arts graduate school. Is when you're a grad student, they do sort of treat you like a colleague. At least back in the 80s. From what I hear now, it's a completely different situation.
See, your mistake was having respect for people at all in the first place.
No,
it's definitely a character flaw.
What are the 80s?
It's yeah. Well, the 80s was just such a superior time, except for the shoulder pads on women.
Shoulder pads are terrible. Thank you. Sorry, go ahead, Kurt.
I disagree. That's the sexy. They also had like the high side single piece bathing suits. Oh man,
there were definitely aesthetically pleasing aspects of the 80s.
That and the DeLoreans.
Yeah. But you really liked women that look like linebackers?
No. Kurt, what were you saying, Kurt?
No, I was just saying that academia used to be very sort of high-minded philosophy and it became different when, large part due to the GI Bill, as a lot more people came on, it became more of a prerequisite to modern society. But the original idea of academia still speaks very strongly to me. This idea of this philosophical testing ground of different ideas. And I think you can become too high on your own fumes and become too removed from things. But that's where the challenge becomes to try to remain open and thinking about various perspectives. It's one of the reasons where I'm asking these questions and presenting these issues, because it's out of a deliberate effort of myself to try to remain open to a wide range of ideas, so I don't become too high on my own fumes, like some of the professors you referred to. So it's just trying to be open and trying to really think is important to me.
I had an experience when I was a grad student. It was the class was Hitler's Europe, and basically you read
it was taught by David Duke. No, I'm just
that's it. Yes, you read a scholarly text every week, and I think we had like 4. And each week was a different topic. So the Holocaust one week, the fall of France the next week, yada yada yada. And I remember at that time, my particular interpretation of historiography was that wars were as far as I know, I invented this term. Wars were the bookmarks of history. I mean, the bookends of history. That every major war ended a cultural and technological period and triggered a new one. And again, I'm 22. Okay, so obviously I knew everything, but I remember this professor I had. She was great, and she was a lefty. I mean, very classical liberal. But I remember I gave the presentation on the fall of France, the battle of France, the defeat of France, and of course we had read a bunch. That was when revisionist history was really becoming a thing. And so I'm reading all this bullshit about, well, France fell because of cultural this and cultural that and all that crap. No, France fell because their army was outmaneuvered and cut off and surrounded in Belgium and destroyed. It was a military defeat. It had nothing to do with culture and other bullshit. So when I gave my and that was the way I gave this presentation, and I had a map out there, and I said, this is a military defeat. It had nothing. It didn't matter what French culture was or any of that kind of crap. They got beaten on the battlefield. And I'll never forget what Professor Guida said. She said, once again, Mr. Beard articulates his theory that technology has driven all of history. And she said, I really hope you're wrong about that. But the point is, she really did hope I was wrong, but she allowed for the possibility I might have been right. And she didn't mark me down. Well, now that was that's the classical liberal ideal that you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
I mean, hell, being a teacher myself, my God, if you got a student that has an opinion, it's like, holy crap, I don't care what their opinion is.
Oh no, I beat them immediately.
Well, yeah.
Physical violence.
Not where I taught. but I mean, and again, I could certainly be wrong about this. I do now that you mention it, I do base my opinions based on, as it turns out, a whole lot of social media from these folks.
Yeah, I can't do it.
And I read and look, I see the lawsuits, I see the news articles. But when I was it wasn't that long ago. I was in law school, and I was a very conservative guy, and the liberal law professors, just like you said, they listen to me. They're like, well, that seems stupid, but they never marked me down. Like, I never got bad grades because of my conservative views. I mean, they disagreed with them, and I thought it was fun. I mean, I think they thought it was fun. I think they enjoyed the argument.
But
I
do you
don't
think
know.
that's going on now?
Well, I mean, I'll accept the broad premise that seems to be established here. Things were a little bit more open, a little bit more free, and broader positions were more tolerated in the past, and less so now, where things are more polarized, for lack of a better word. It's harder to have conversations, and so forth and so on. So I'll accept all that premises. The only thing is, what is next? And trying to figure out ways to address that problem. So yeah, that's Ty's essential argument as best as I can determine. That's where things are heading, and he might be right in the end, but it's,
I don't
I'd
want
like to try to
about
avoid
that.
it. So and maybe there is nothing left in the end, but to pick up arms and to go to war. Maybe that's where we will be. But I'd like to try to avoid that as long as I can.
Again, I don't have.
I'm a very soft-handed person. Like, this house, like those blinds, I put them up myself. Those blinds, that's all me. And my hands are calloused from that, as opposed to like typing on. And it's a hard life.
I've got my firearms,
and I don't ever want to do it again. I don't. Yeah.
Well, that's a thing, right? Down here in Texas, we've got arsenals in every one of our houses.
That's right.
We can equip most of the other red states.
That's right. You got it. Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, I apologize for getting a little carried away.
How dare you? How dare you?
Pro getting carried away. This is the whole point of this, right?
Ty, as far as I'm concerned, we've had a perfectly civil conversation, and that's all I ever wanted in the first place.
You're a gentleman, sir. I appreciate that. I wish that I were comparable, but I appreciate it. The bottom line is, I do think that we really ought to consider, though, things like ridicule as a counter to a lot of the left, because
100%.
It's ferociously effective, for one thing.
No, I think.
And I started out as a criticism of Jordan Peterson. As I said, I respect the man tremendously. And I'm so glad that he overcame the addiction. Boy, wasn't that
Thank God for that.
Yeah. We need Jordan Petersons in our arsenal, because not everyone can be a flamethrower like I am. And for that matter, not every problem can be solved by, applying the flamethrower.
Every problem is a haystack looking for a flamethrower. How dare you, sir?
I would have agreed with you until I saw his dissection of that woman in the UK.
I was told this was the big brain panel, so it's like, all I'm asking is, let's think, try to figure out solutions.
But okay, here's the thing, though.
It's more of a concept than a reality.
I think that's where you're right, though. I think that's the ridicule and shame have somehow become unacceptable,
because the left
shame should be more important. I think there's a difference between throw someone in jail and just kind of shun them, and I think ridicule and shame are two things that have been taken away from us. And I'm pro both of those things.
Look, I want to pose a counter argument to what you're saying. You said you believed that you would have agreed that every problem was a haystack looking for a flamethrower until you saw Jordan Peterson dissect what's her name on the thing. I just want to
Kathy Newman.
Yeah, Kathy Newman. I want to propose a counter argument. It might have been more entertaining if he literally lit her on fire. I just want to lay that out there. It's a possibility.
Nick, as you know, I'm pretty much
witch burning. I'm pro witch burning. I don't know.
What even is the problem with Salem?
We're gonna put her on a scale.
Sometimes you light a bitch on fire and she shuts up. I don't know.
Well, they get really loud for a minute first. And then it goes.
But then they shut up. It's look, you put up with 5 minutes of whatever, but you get to light a fire with gas. It's all worth it.
Guys, he did. I mean, again, I don't want to become a Jordan Peterson fanboy. That's Kurt's
I'm a pretty big
job.
fanboy.
No, you would get along with my buddy, who is actually one of the smartest people I know. So you're in good company. He's a huge fan. No, I watched that. I don't even remember how I found it, and I watched it, and I was like, oh my God. He's literally just chopping her into bits and doing it in the nicest way. I couldn't do it. I mean,
it was a great interview. It's a great interview. He nails it. I love when she's like talking about, why men look at women or whatever, and he's like, well, why do women put on makeup? Because they
that wasn't Newman. That was with the guy from Vox or something. But and then he talked about.
It was a guy from Vox. I figured it was a woman. Sorry.
Yeah. Then he talked about as well with Joe Rogan as well. It's like, I thought we want to have these discussions about where these boundaries are and why not make it part of the discussion. I love Peterson so much because he pushes my intellect up. He's smarter than me. I can't generate what he's generating. But when I listen to him, he forces my intellect up to try to play on his level, and it's very enthralling.
Yeah, he's an asset for our side, no question. And like I said, I watched that and it was like, wow.
So I have a question, Kurt. What are you drinking?
Yeah.
Oh, at the moment, I ran out of my
Your Gentleman Jack.
Jack Daniels Jack. Yeah, so I'm drinking tea.
Thank you,
and,
Nick.
Nice.
And it's very nice.
Man.
It's very sweet. It's got a little sweetness to it, and it's really, really nice one.
Ty.
Where is the merciless harassment of a fellow Jack Daniels guy?
Ty, if you drank,
Jack Daniels is amazing.
No,
Jack. I don't like the regular. The Gentleman Jack is very good, though.
Gentleman
you.
Jack is
Okay.
one of my favorite. Gentleman Jack is the best whiskey.
Oh, I like
Okay,
it.
come on, Burch. You're getting a little too far for me there.
Okay.
I can't.
No, I'm not.
Gentleman Jack is fine.
Okay.
Kurt, you don't
I can show
understand.
you my.
Nick,
I can show you my Jack
trust
Daniels
me,
can right
I've drank
there.
a lot of whiskey.
Wait, hold on, what-
Gentleman Jack is
What was that,
is
Kurt?
up there, top 10%.
Hold on,
Kurt,
Kurt.
I assume you guys being IP lawyers, y'all saw this. Do you remember the greatest cease and desist letter ever written by
I've seen a
Jack
couple of
Daniels
them.
counsel?
Oh, it was a good one. Yes.
Wasn't that just it's like
It was.
Well,
it was
right
so
now they're
polite,
fighting
easy, nice.
yeah. I was like, wow.
Sorry,
Wait a minute.
Jack Daniels is fighting a stupid pet toy. Like the IP part of Jack Daniels is making me angry. They're fighting this pet
weird.
toy and everything else, but
I dealt with
their
them.
whiskey's very tasty.
Hey, Kurt.
I dealt with them. One of my clients did a branded food product, Jack Daniels, and they were pretty reasonable to deal with. But anyway, that cease and desist letter was epic, though. Just
Kurt,
the nicest I've ever seen.
What case were you covering today, Kurt? Was it the chick who's like been suing?
It wasn't exactly a case. It was this girl from Mississippi who was denied admittance to the bar, and her motion to reconsider left a lot to be desired from some certain technical levels. I covered it, and it was one of the more vacuous, inane, incomprehensibly ridiculous things I've ever read in my life.
Hasn't she done this like multiple times though? Because
she's on like year 5 of this, right? Or 4?
Yeah.
I remember reading something about that. Yeah.
She says that she can make $1,500 to $2,000 an hour as a lawyer, but she's being held back by the bar. I'm not exactly getting that impression from her filings personally.
Yeah.
Jim Beam, very nice one, classic. Yeah.
Jim Beam. Oh my God. Here's what I'm
I have found my people.
I've got some wild turkey in the
Nick.
too.
Suck it, Nick.
Peg leg porker, 12-year
That's a good
bourbon.
one. That's nice.
Oh
That's
man! You see, Nick is this is the.
I will say this, and I will fight all lawyers everywhere.
Exactly.
Bourbon over scotch all day long.
Like Mabel Label over here, and you've got the goddamn 12-year scotch.
Unless, of course, you like the taste of battery acid.
Yeah, no. I've done the Bourbon Trail in Kentucky, did the whole tour. I'm a Maker's Mark ambassador too. I've got the bottle still in my thing too. Yeah, it's great. Love bourbon.
Well, I have been
I'm sorry, I
mercilessly.
didn't mean to interrupt you. I was responding to.
We're going to
Steve's
geek over
comments.
bourbon for a while now. That's fine.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
bourbon.
That's really the most important thing we could talk about. Is
Look,
It's got to be more interesting to the stream than anything.
My favorite bourbon is probably the mid-tier Four Roses.
Oh, come on. That's your favorite bourbon?
Yes, I like it.
Yes, before this is over, we got to hit the stacking of the court that you brought up, Kurt. I think how about we go to that?
Okay.
Well, wait.
Well,
one last thing. I will say.
Look, you're just the host. Be quiet.
Listen. On the bourbon subject, okay? I'm in the text. I'm in the document.
Bourbon. It's all.
This is the one thing where the Trump administration has failed. Scotch prices went up like $20 a bottle because he tariffed my scotch. That son of a bitch.
Crazy.
Listen, you NIMBY rhinos.
He is just trying to push you in the right direction anyway.
I'm free trade. I'm not government interference with my whiskey.
Exactly.
Leave me alone.
Thank you,
Let
Mr.
me
Burch.
buy my goddamn shit.
I'm buying a.
I don't want your government interference in my. If I want my whiskey poured through moss, I want to be able to drink that shit ass. But I prefer it from Kentucky. But if I want it poured through shit ass moss, I shouldn't have to pay taxes on that. That's all I'm saying.
Now you said Kentucky. As a lawyer, you should well know
that's bourbon.
Bourbon. It all has to be made in the United States, not in Kentucky.
I know. Look, I'm just saying I don't want scotch. I don't want shit poured through moss. I understand.
Let's talk about the Supreme Court.
You leave my shit moss alone.
Okay. I am very concerned about the stacking of the Supreme Court. I think it's an existential threat.
I do too.
I think it's a threat. It's
the closest I've come to voting for Trump is the stacking of the Supreme Court.
You should vote, period, anyway. But here's what I think. Oh, fine. All right, here's what I think. We have a current balance between the three branches of government, executive, legislative, judicial. And I also think that there is a separation between the concepts of political theory and legal theory. The political branches being the executive, legislative, the legal branch being the judicial. And there's also, of course, the tension between the state system and federalism system. Okay. So what I'm concerned about is when you stack the court, I think it does a couple things. It erodes the separation between the political and the legal. So the Supreme Court turns more into just a super legislature, and then according to the Federalist, it loses its purpose for existence. It also upsets the balance of power between the branches of government, and also upsets the balance on the vertical level between the state and federal governments in terms of the apportionment of power, because as this new super legislature is effectively creating legislation from nowhere, the various states will be like, well, we didn't agree to this. And that creates an existential threat on the sovereignty of the republic. And it's hard for me to contemplate anything that could be conceived of that would create a bigger existential threat to this balance that we have than stacking the court. I think it's a true freaking disaster. What do you think?
Kurt, I have a question before we get to what we think. How much of this did the court bring on itself by its predilection for making law over the last 50 years?
Well, I think it's a very fair point, and I think that especially after the Tennessee senator case from the state level, which I can never quite remember the name of, which dealt with whether or not the state level senators on the state government had to be apportioned equally or not in the state government. But that's where they really got into the political issue. But yeah, I think they become more and more political over time. The Supreme Court has invited it unto itself a little bit.
Yeah, I was curious as you've thought about this more.
Baker versus Carr. Baker versus Carr is the name of the case. I just remembered.
Oh Christ, that's bringing me back. Thank you.
Yes, I remembered it. Baker versus Carr.
I'm sorry, that was 24 years ago. I don't even remember. I don't think we had law books then. I think we were still using clay tablets that we had scribed.
I got there eventually. But yeah, there's definitely some problems with it. But as whatever problems have emerged, I feel like we've been able to maintain the separation a little bit. What's really interesting about the current dynamic is that the court has been essentially left-leaning for 80 years, give or take, depending on your point of view. And now that the right wing suddenly has the court now, the left wing
suddenly it's a constitutional
now it's a huge
crisis.
problem, right? Now it's a huge problem because
Well,
now they can't have that because they
Yeah,
can't
was
get
it the Roe
I
v.
think,
Wade?
quite frankly, it's the media. Like, it's things that have been normal for years are suddenly big deals because they're not going their way, because it's Trump, because it's whatever. I don't like Trump. I'm not anything. But I think the media tells you that these things are big issues, and they're not. They're not
Except
big
that the
issues.
politicians who are running the other side.
I'm over with Gorsuch. I like Gorsuch quite a lot. I liked his opinion very much in the gays in the workplace case. I thought it was brilliant. I like the analysis very much. And I just agree with Scalia also as well. It's like, if you want something, just pass a law. Just pass a law.
Yes.
Yeah,
No
just
shit.
pass the damn law.
They're supposed to do.
No, yeah. Well,
Well,
why
that's
would the
supposed to be a big
legislature be involved in the lawmaking process? Like, that's insane.
Well,
Like,
because
why would they do that?
the
Because
counter.
when you put those black robes on, you think that suddenly makes you a fucking genius,
Yeah.
and it doesn't. It just means that you're a federal employee for most of your legal career, and you got appointed. I'm sorry. Look, total heresy. I asked we have one of our firm members is basically he's an old school lawyer. He's like the lawyer we all wish we could be. He's of that generation, the gentlemanly thing. Former president of Texas Trial Lawyer Association. And I'll never forget one day we got blanked in something, and I said, "Let me ask you a question." I said, "Will you name me one judge in this county that was actually a good lawyer before they became a judge?" And he looked at me like I had committed the greatest heresy in the world. He went, "Oh God," because he had just joined our firm. He's like, "Oh God." I said, "My point exactly."
No, if you were a good lawyer, you were making a lot more money than not being a judge.
I had clients approach me one time wanting me to run for judge. And I was like, okay, first of all, I would go back to school teaching before I would sit in a room all day listening to lawyers' posture. Second of all, I can't take a pay cut.
Well, I mean, and that's the thing. It is a pay cut. It's a huge pay cut, and it's a lot of extra work.
You would, because you'd be a really good judge, by the way, Kurt. I can tell that already. You'd actually think about the law and apply it. Unfortunately, we have a very serious limit to the number of people like you we've got. But yeah, I mean, I got another member of my firm, Carrie. She would be a great judge.
I'd be a great judge. I would be naked under the robes the entire time. I'd
be an autocrat I would run my courtroom like I ran my classrooms.
Can I vote for you? I would vote. I would violate election laws to vote for you to be a naked judge.
Yeah, I would too. I think we'd be obligated to.
Yeah.
But my point is that, you get these guys. Look, Roe versus Wade was settled by a court. Was it 7 of those judges were appointed by Republicans?
Right. Yeah, I believe he's right.
Yeah.
The stupidest, most poorly written decision I've ever read. Roe v. Wade reads like a transcript of a damn seance.
Yeah, I agree. I agreed with the conclusion. I agree with the conclusion of Obergefell, but I didn't think it was well written.
Yeah, but so what happened was a bunch of people who should have known better decided, well, we are the philosopher kings. We know better.
Yes, penumbra, baby.
Emanations and penumbra.
Emanations of penumbra. That's right.
I remember. In my
that's what counts for an inside joke among lawyers, right there.
We're cutting it. In my con law class, I was the guy the professor always called on for the controversial decisions, because and I got called on for Roe v. Wade, and I said, at what point? I said, Professor, honestly, I began to wonder when, was it Blackman? Blackman was going to break out the Ouija board and start trying to channel Aunt Edna. I said, this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever read. because it was. They simply decided, yeah, we got to get,
Trust me, like when you see liberal people trying to defend abortion, they always like, well, look at Casey. You forget Roe v. Wade. Like, look at Casey, because no one wants to defend Roe v. Wade. Like,
no, and Casey is asinine in its own respect too, but
it's defensible.
I did like Casey for O'Connor's idea of precedent. I thought it was well written.
But no one wants to defend Roe v. Wade. Like zero people want to say Roe v. Wade is
right.
Only non-lawyers do.
Even
yeah. But no lawyer. Everyone like, well, it's Casey's the real one. Pay attention to that.
My con law professor, who was an absolute unrepentant open liberal, says, Mr. Beard, what the hell is a penumbra? I said, I don't know. I said, it's some kind of
shadows on the sun, baby.
It's the sub-shadow, though, right?
It's some kind of mystical energy, best I can tell.
It's like the lighter shadow.
The cave with the Greek philosopher.
That's right. It's basically shadows slave. That's actually very good. Yes.
And you got the
but. So my own complaint with Casey was, thank you very much for giving us a standard that's going to continually change with technology viability.
Yep.
Appreciate it. I mean, one of the virtues of Roe, despite the fact it was basically completely made up, is it did have a bright line trimester structure, right?
Right.
Casey it's viability. And that's the most chicken shit cop out I've ever seen in my life, because
that's all judges do. They're chicken shit cop outs. Like, go down to your trial. Have you ever met a judge who said, "Hey, here's a real answer. Everything I ever get is, well, here's some sort of muddled mess." And then they'll let a jury make a real decision, but a judge has never made a real decision.
So the funny thing
trial court to the Supreme Court, not once.
The interesting thing, just as an aside, here in East Texas, we've had a generational change. We still have a few of the previous generation judges, but most of them are gone now, and they've been replaced by. I'm Gen X, right? So basically, everybody's either older than me or younger than me.
That's deep. Very good.
Well, no, I mean, really, we're
me too.
Well, sure. I mean, we're a small.
I was actually assaulted,
cohort.
I think.
Yep, me too.
Well, like I said, yeah, I'm Gen X. We just sit on the side and watch the world burn. But anyway, these young judges that we got here in East Texas, I got to say, they're actually doing pretty damn good. Now, this is crazy. They're actually trying to apply the law.
Whoa.
Listen, I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes.
Witchcraft over there? Is that what's going on? Witchcraft?
It's East Texas, so who knows? But in fact, we got one judge here, and I won't call his name because it would be shameless toadying. But he was not a particularly good lawyer in the government position that he had at all. But he turned out to be a hell of a good judge.
Yeah, so, I totally appreciate that, because they're very different roles. I can easily imagine someone as bad as a lawyer as good as a judge, and vice versa.
Yeah, he but again, he proceeds from okay, wait a minute, what does the law say?
That's right.
I mean, now he looks like he's 12 years old.
But see, I want to point out something that. So we're talking about Roe, we're talking about applications of the law, but this is the fundamental and quintessential argument against Scalia's position, is that to achieve what Roe and Casey have achieved, you can't just pass a law. That's the whole point of these amendments.
Right.
Is you can't pass a law to guarantee access to abortion across the nation. You'd have to do it individually. Well,
thanks to Wickard v. Filburn, I'm pretty sure you could.
Well, actually, that's probably
fuckers.
Yeah, that's true.
I like to think that case doesn't exist, because that.
What fantasy world are you living in? Do you know that's unanimous court opinion? Do you know that's fucking unanimous?
Okay.
Wickard v. Filburn's fucking unanimous.
Bullshit.
I do.
For the chat.
Let's talk about Chevron. Let's talk about Hour. Let's talk about Brand X. This is bullshit over here.
You're an IP attorney. Like, I do trademark stuff, and I'm like, well, you do have to show interstate commerce.
I've got some thoughts, damn it.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. For the chat, because you might not know what's happening here. Wickard v. Filburn is a Depression era ruling or Great Recovery era ruling where a guy, they put a limit on how much wheat you could grow and sell, okay? X amount of acres of wheat or bushels or whatever. So this guy grew his own wheat for himself, separate from the wheat he was growing to sell to other people. And then the government came and said, whoa, 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 there's a limit on how much wheat you can grow. We're going to burn your wheat. And he's like, but nah, I'm not selling it. And they said, the court comes in and says, the act of not selling the wheat is participating in interstate commerce.
Yes.
Therefore,
he was growing it locally and using it on his own farm. So non-interstate, non-commerce is interstate commerce. That's Wickard v. Filburn. Fucking bullshit.
It's the worst decision.
It's why I will tell you, in the trademark context, I get clients that are like, well, to apply for a federal trademark registration, I have to have interstate commerce, and I'm like, well, that's the easiest part in the world. Are you not selling in interstate commerce?
If you
because by not being in interstate commerce,
you know what? We're in different states. This entire damn video is interstate commerce. Nick, you're in a different state. Steven, you're in a different state. This fucking video is interstate commerce.
We're federal now, baby.
Everything you do by being local, you're being interstate. Like, it's nothing you can do is not interstate commerce.
I want to point out the damages of Wickard v. Filburn for the stream, in case you don't realize the implication of how important and bad this decision is. The Controlled Substances Act is Wickard v. Filburn. That's how. That's how the fact
that we're not all high right now is Wickard v. Filburn.
Without Wickard v. Filburn.
Was this part of the whole Supreme Court rollover to avoid the court packing?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the reason that, like, you cannot grow your own marijuana.
Weasels, by the way. And by the way, what are the odds that happens again?
Yeah, high.
What, Wickard? Like, every
no.
commerce case is built on it.
He means the court packing resulting in, or the threat of court packing resulting in bad decisions.
I think we're getting disturbingly close to that. If we're going back to our prior topic, but I was all excited to rail a bit against Wickard and the expansion.
I do.
No. Stick on Wickard. Stick with Wickard. Get pissed.
And the Commerce Clause. I want to talk about the necessary and proper clause and the elastic clause. It's all bullshit.
It is. Wouldn't it be great if we could bring economic due process back? You know, because it actually is flatly stated in the Constitution, but
Wickard is.
If you grow your own goddamn potatoes, you're in interstate commerce. That's
While we're at it, let's talk about slaughterhouse cases and nuking the privileges or immunities clause of the first section of the 14th Amendment, because that was great.
Thank you. I tell my kids all the time. I'm like, fucking get to work.
Because we had the fucking privileges.
I don't give a shit.
Fucking great.
Get to work.
Fucking bullshit slaughterhouse.
Goddamn coal mines.
You know, I'm so glad to see Kurt getting riled up about something.
I'm dying.
He was way too goddamn calm throughout most of this show. I feel gratified.
But okay, so
welcome to the game, Kurt.
Other aspects of Wickard v. Filburn. Obamacare was passed it was not upheld on the idea of Wickard v. Filburn. That was the one thing that Roberts almost did right. Was he restricted the Commerce Clause to not do that, but it was upheld on other means. But the government passed it on the idea of the Dormant Commerce Clause in Wickard v. Filburn, and that is the argument that the government actually made to the Supreme Court.
I love you, Nick, that you think that the government passed something, like Congress passed something based on some sort of legal precedent. They could have given two shits.
Well, they
lawyers argue that later.
No, I think it's in the.
I think might be a fun idea. What if we looked at the Constitution and we looked at the freaking words on the page and we applied them? Like, for example,
that's a lot of work.
Oh my God!
Like the privileges or immunities clause. You know what? I don't have to invent it. It's freaking there. It's in Section 1 of the 14th Amendment, privileges or immunities clause. Where the hell is substantive process?
Kurt.
It's nowhere to be found. I've looked. It's not there.
Okay,
So,
listen.
I'm gonna, if I could, you asked, you made the statement earlier that you thought the court packing thing could be the end of everything. I want to offer up a counter view that I've been playing with, and I'll be honest, I'm kind of intrigued by. Fuck the Supreme Court. Wait,
I've said that multiple times.
No,
I've never said this in my life.
No, here's the thing. Now, this is an assumption. There's some assumptions built into this that are arguable. I grant that. But if the Democrats want to pack the Supreme Court, I fully expect the red state governors to say, you know what? We don't consider the Supreme Court to be authoritative anymore because it lacks legitimacy. Now, that's a big assumption, but let's assume they do that. Would that actually be the worst thing in the universe?
It would be bad.
It would be, and it would be disruptive. It would be very disruptive. But personally, I don't know that I'm that concerned, because the thing is, I think the Supreme Court has taken. I agree with Nick on this. I think Marbury versus Madison was the beginning of a very long trail that winds up with 9 lawyers unelected making laws. And yeah, okay, great. Our side's picked them for the most part, so we're a little bit in the ascendancy now. But I think I'd personally kind of be okay with the Supreme Court being marginalized, and by extension, the entire federal court system.
I disagree.
No, I can.
The answer is political.
Talk
branches.
me out of it.
I cannot agree with that, because the Article 3 of the Constitution says that the Supreme Court and all the inferior courts shall have jurisdiction over all matters of law and equity. So as far as I'm concerned, Marbury versus Madison is there in the text. I know that's a bit of an unpopular view, but I think it's there. Because
how do you square that though with the founders?
What does it mean to have jurisdiction over all questions of law and equity? What does that mean?
Hear me out.
Otherwise,
how do you square that with the founders' obsessive concern with dividing power and keeping any one part of government to be able to just simply legislate shit? The Supreme Court.
That's exactly
what I've been talking about packing the court and my concerns. I've been talking about this for a little bit now, because there is an issue. We have legal and political. These are two separate concepts. The political authority is split between Congress and the president. The legal authority is in the Supreme Court. And as far as I'm concerned, never the twain shall meet. So when you're deciding questions of law and equity, that's over with the judicial branch. If you're concerning policy, so the difference is what is versus what should be. What should be is legislative, executive. What is judicial. And so that's the split for me.
I'm trying to understand this, because again, the founders were obsessively concerned with making it impossible for any one branch to just do what they want.
I understand.
And yet the Supreme Court has that power.
They took it.
But your option is some other branch has that power.
That's my point. No.
If Marbury versus Madison is correct, there are no limits on what the Supreme Court can do. I refuse to accept that the men who created this country would have said, all these other branches can't be trusted, and we got to have all these checks and balances. But the court will be fine because they're uniquely honorable.
I will.
There is no limits as long as they stay within the legal domain. That's the key.
Why in the hell why would the founders assume that they do that? Certainly gave no such. They gave no such trust in the other branches.
There's always the possibility that one of the branches could go over the reservation. Like the executive could decide one day to call up the FBI and arrest every federal judge because they feel like
do it.
There's nothing stopping the executive from going completely off the rails and calling up the military because they're the commander in chief and arresting
everyone in Congress.
Shoot Congress. Get rid of them.
Guys, but the administrative state was created after the founders.
Wait.
Okay.
I
Well,
have.
massive
I
problems with the
think-
administrative
I
statement.
think
If we want to talk about the
every
administrative
head
statement, we
of
can talk
an
about Chevron.
administrative
And
state
I got some
also
thoughts
be
there
shot.
too.
I have-
horrified
I
at the
have.
current-
Yeah.
I have two answers to this question.
Okay.
And they're not my answers, but they're Scalia's answers. And they both revolve around the idea of one, if the court were to go beyond its purview, right, to go beyond the law, for example, they are impeachable. And as Uncivil and I have discussed, it is a political question. And actually, I think this is a really interesting concept to consider, which we haven't seen except for, I think, once in the history of the United States, the impeachment of a Supreme Court justice. But
Samuel Chase.
if the Democrats were to win House, Senate, and presidency, there is a literal possibility that they impeach ACB and remove her. They just
But I will say, like, I think, from a legitimacy point, they would be better off adding seats.
I think
Like,
so too.
Impeaching zero. I disagree with a lot of the court's opinions, but it's a big jump from there to impeachability. The court does a good job.
You're assuming that they make good decisions. I'm saying it's a possibility. I agree. They would look better stacking the court. Absolutely.
Exactly.
But that doesn't.
I think stacking the court looks better to the public than impeaching.
I don't think
because there's zero decisions that, when you get down to it, like, anyone really thinks are that bad. I mean,
guys, these are the people that ended the Senate filibuster for judicial nominees, all because the Republicans did precisely what they did to Bush. They did that to Obama.
Yeah.
These are not people who give a flying fuck what it looks like.
Okay.
If they get in power, they're going to do it. My question is, are we really sure that's going to be the great tragedy we all sort of accepted it will be? I'm not convinced.
I don't know. We made it through.
Maybe it won't be. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it won't be that big a deal.
I don't know. It's hypothetical, but what I'm saying is I don't think at the end of the day I'd be particularly worried if we just said, you know what, screw the federal courts. The states are going to do what they're going to do.
Yeah, no. The fundamental thing I'd like to start with is that the Constitution is just a supreme law. So I don't like to think of it differently in terms of like legal analysis. It's a law, but it's just a supreme law. And the whole point of the Constitution is to take away certain choices from the democracy, to say that certain choices can't be made. You can't restrict certain kinds of speech. You can't restrict certain kinds of gun. You can't infringe on people's sovereignty of the home in the Fourth Amendment. The whole point of that is to take away certain choices. So, statute beats regulation. Constitution beats statute. And so you need someone to be able to just interpret these laws and be like, well, if there's a conflict, we have a hierarchy.
See, I can get my hands on the people down in Austin a whole lot easier than I can get my hands on the people in Washington.
But the second answer, I'm
all about federalism. I don't.
Well, I know, but what I'm saying is I'm just saying I don't know. I mean, again, and I could be wrong. It's going to be disruptive as hell.
I don't know. I disagree. Like, I think, we made it through multiple. Whether it's Obama had the presidency and both houses of Congress. We made it through that.
Yeah.
We made it through Trump having the presidency in both houses of Congress. We made it through middle grounds of that. I think we'll make it through everything else. Like, I think it's
I don't give a rat's ass. I don't give a rat's ass if the president, the House, and the Senate are all the same party and they want to pass all the laws they want. That's the political process.
Right.
I don't give a goddamn. And it's fine. If they want to repeal the filibuster, I don't fucking care. That's my personal opinion. I don't like the filibuster, never have.
No, I agree.
I think the majority should rule. So as the president, House, and Senate are all the same party, let them pass all the laws they want. That's the political process. That's why we have goddamn elections. But for as far as I'm concerned, the point of the Supreme Court is to ensure that the choices are legitimate. And how do we know they're legitimate? Because the Constitution restrains certain choices.
But Kurt,
And that's the
they would
point.
be acting within the purview of the Constitution. They stack the
Yes,
vote.
I acknowledge that. I acknowledge that
And
they
that's-
would be, but I still think it poses an existential crisis because it upsets the balance of powers. So
I don't think it's a good
acknowledge-
idea. Let me.
No, yeah.
Wait.
Nick and I disagree on this point because Nick thinks the Judiciary Act is illegitimate.
Well, Nick's
I don't.
wrong.
So, yeah, no,
Never
but
happened.
I disagree. If they want to increase it, it's legal. That being the case, however, I think it poses an existential threat to the balance of power.
Okay,
So I think it's different that way.
I'm about to mute everybody. I got two quick things to say. One is I don't necessarily think the Judiciary Act is unconstitutional. I think it might be, and we haven't really resolved the question. And I think it's a very interesting and complicated question. I liked your argument that we talked about. Was that just yesterday? No, it was either yesterday or 2 days ago. I can't remember my days anymore. Either way, yeah, I liked your argument about how the court might step in and support the judiciary. Okay, so I acknowledge it might not be unconstitutional as well. I think it's an interesting question. Two, the other reason, which I've been trying to say for like 10 minutes till you guys started screaming at me, was
stop your
this is direct from Scalia, and it's that the reason that judges are allowed to do this, and I believe he was specifically defending Marbury versus Madison, is because the judges are a result of the democratic process. He's like,
All right.
for better or worse, the judges are appointed by representatives, or well, they're appointed by a president who's elected democratically. They're confirmed by Senate who's elected democratically. So they are there, and that's part of the game.
It's circular though, because it's very clear that if I can pack the court, I can make a whole. Okay, if in fact the founders agreed that the Supreme Court should have the power that Marbury versus Madison said they should have, but in addition, the party that has both houses of Congress can just stack the court to have however many people they want.
Well, that's how the founders designed it. I mean,
I just don't. I mean, it's not consistent with their obsessions about checks and balances. It's just not. In any event,
that's a lot about the founders.
I think that's kind of my point, is that there might be a potential flaw here because it's within the bounds of the law, but it does something that upsets things in a way that's existentially threatening.
But Kurt, my point is, I don't think that group of men would have made that mistake.
I think they would. I think they would.
I disagree with that, but I will tell you, it's enough to. I don't vote.
You're telling me that
it's enough to make me want to vote for Trump.
What are you saying, that they could see every possible end for the rest of time? Give me a break, man. They're only human.
No, what I'm saying is you don't have to be a fucking genius to go, hey, wait a minute. If we let the court just overrule the federal government whenever it wants to, and we let the Congress decide at any time the size of the court, that could be a problem. These are some of those brilliant men of their time, and there were a lot of them.
Yeah,
and they wrangled about all these issues for weeks and weeks and weeks.
Well,
I don't know. I truly don't know.
I gotta say, some of the most brilliant men of my dad's time came up with the A-Team, and that's a shit ass show when you watch it.
Yeah, well, your dad's generation,
it's. I mean,
all I can say is
I'd like to believe that the 9 justices, or 8, because I think it might have been one person off, but either way, the 9 or 8 people who said Wickard v. Filburn was a fantastic idea, no matter how smart they were, they came up with some dog shit. So even though they were the smartest people and the best people in thinking about stuff, they nevertheless came with dog shit. So I'll accept your premise. The founders were brilliant, and maybe they missed one because they're human beings.
But I don't think this. No. The problem is this is not rocket science. This is not some esoteric thing that nobody could figure out. This is
No,
an
as
obvious.
a patent lawyer, I can say this with unique authority. Everything is obvious in retrospect.
Fair enough, but I disagree completely. I think
everything's new novel, but
I think you're doing the founders a severe disservice on this point. I don't know what they did intend with the court. That is something that they could have done a better job of articulating.
well, I just gotta say, Kurt's joke.
Then they're inherently fallible.
That was impressive.
This is a rookie mistake. If it's a mistake, it's a rookie mistake. And yes, could one founder miss it? Yes, I agree. Dozens seems terribly unlikely. In any event,
I don't know. Those idiots didn't even have air conditioning.
I'm going to go on a limb and say, what? I really honestly don't give a shit what happens to Supreme Court.
They wrote an entire goddamn constitution in one summer when our current Congress can't write legislation in an entire fucking term.
Our current Congress.
It's a bunch of politicians writing bullshit. That our founding fathers were politicians, like our politicians today are politicians.
They were not.
They're bullshit pieces of shit, and they should be hung until they're dead.
They were not. They were. One of the interesting things about the United States is that
Burch is my spirit animal.
Any of our founders would have been top leaders in the great countries of the age in Europe, and yet we have.
No one cares about Europe.
I know, but in the 1780s,
it's not even like a founding father problem. I can talk about great philosophers of history. We can talk about them all. Plato, Aristotle, Socrates, Nietzsche. We can go through the list. They're all brilliant, but they can't think of everything. They're limited.
But this isn't some esoteric point, though. That's my assertion. I don't think it's esoteric at all, because again, the founders were obsessively concerned with splitting up power. And what you're asking us to accept is they just didn't think about the fact that the court could just make law. That's bullshit. I don't think those men would have failed to think that. Now, the problem is they didn't tell it.
They thought that the judges would actually do their goddamn job instead of legislating from the bench. Maybe that's what
they didn't make that assumption about any other part of government. Our entire political system is built around the assumption that our leaders aren't trustworthy, that they are scoundrels and scumbags that need to be hindered at every.
Yeah, well, that's why we have all kinds of separation of power, balance of powers, everything.
Right.
Yeah.
But we don't have it with the courts. We effectively don't have it with the courts.
We kind of do. We kind of do.
The courts. I think the reality is
maybe they didn't game one out from 250 years ago. Maybe they missed a point.
I don't think they did. I don't think that's plausible.
Well, we have a balance of power, though.
Ty over here is with our God. These are God amongst men.
No,
these
are men with just basic common sense.
Some of these guys were under 21, man. Jesus.
There were dozens of them.
No, I think there's actually a middle ground between you two. I really do, and it's not necessarily. Maybe they missed one, maybe they didn't, but I don't think it was required for them to miss one to get where we are, or for them to not miss one to get where we are. I think the answer is, as evidenced by things like the Second Amendment and its actual intent, was that there was a check on the court, and it was what we talked about earlier. There's nothing stopping the president from ordering the military to go in and arrest the entire Supreme Court. I mean, there is a literal check on the Supreme Court in that they don't own any guns.
I would have thought though.
They're the least dangerous branch, I think, is the thing I see the most. Yeah,
I think they are. Because
100%.
What happened?
They are when we finally decide that we're going to, and that's back to my original thing that they stack the court and we go, you know what, we're not going to follow what the court does.
Right. And that's the credibility risk of the court.
That's Andrew Jackson.
Right.
Yeah, and that's why it's why I honestly think it's why Roberts makes the decisions he makes.
Yes, I think you're 100% right.
It's legitimacy, and other than that, the court has nothing. If they don't have legitimacy, they have nothing.
I could not agree with you more. I think Roberts compromises himself out of a desire to maintain legitimacy of the court and to maintain the
And I
institution.
think that makes Roberts a weasel.
And I think you're right too, Ty. I think
But
I agree with
without
you.
that,
At the
what
same
does
time,
it make? What
I
does
agree
it
with
make the
both of
court,
you.
though?
Both and.
That's right.
Roberts,
Yes,
the job description is not preserve the legitimacy of the court by whoring yourself out. The job description is
I'm pro-whoring myself. I literally do it
I
by
don't
the
know. Robert
hour.
seems to be about the whoring, so as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
A little whoring over there.
I swear to God, sometimes I think he just walks in, flips a coin, and says, "Oh, I want to go this way."
Nah.
So let's move away from that if we could, because I have an interesting.
But I was
question.
making fun of Roberts. I was having fun.
Yeah,
me too.
Ty,
I-
what are you,
Roberts.
Ty,
Like,
the
it's
fun police?
I thought
No,
that was
no,
the thing we all four agreed on.
This is going to segue into making fun of Roberts.
Okay,
I
fine.
promise there's a payoff.
It's fine.
So here's the theory I've got. So let's put aside the packing thing. Let's assume the packing thing doesn't happen. Okay. Barrett's confirmation, I think, absolutely sidelines Roberts. Okay.
Mhm.
Obviously, because he's now no longer the Kennedy of the 21st century.
Kavanaugh's the candidate now.
Yeah, agreed. But another point too, if Roberts
Kavanaugh drank
doesn't-
an entire keg of
if
beer
Roberts-
and screamed, "We Kennedy now, bitches."
but if
I like beer. I like
makes
beer.
me a jolly good fellow. Oh, sorry, Tom T. Hall, the
I
great.
like
Tom
beer. best
Uh,
best Supreme Court nominee answer, bar none, was "I
Right.
like beer."
I was hoping he would.
I was like, well, I'm pro this guy.
But okay, so let's assume. So here's the thing: if Roberts doesn't vote with the majority, then he doesn't get to write the opinion. The senior justice does, and that would be Clarence Thomas. So not only does Robert not get to play Solomon, his ego requires him basically to vote with the side he ought to have voted with in the first place. That's my thesis.
You might be right.
Discuss.
Oh, I do think that absent court packing, ACB pushes Roberts more to the right, 100%, because it's
Kicking and
it does.
screaming the whole way.
I don't think it's. I will tell you, I don't even think it's kicking and screaming. I think
I agree.
he really does care about. Well, shit, this absent legitimacy,
how
we
about
have
you do
nothing.
fucking
And
job?
I think when he gets 5 votes in his favor, that's his legitimacy.
Yeah.
And I think he's going to be on that side because I really do see the court taking, for better and worse. Because I'm pro, I'm pro First Amendment, pro Second Amendment, but I'm also pro Fourth and Fifth and Sixth Amendment. And I worry
Are you
that those things kind of get kicked to the side.
I hope not.
I want to say,
because I agree with you. With you guys, I'm this crazy idea that all the rights matter.
Yeah,
look, I
but I do
that's
see
crazy
like
talk, I
it
know.
making
Crazy.
a push,
And they apply to everybody. Left,
Yeah.
right, center.
look.
Amazing.
I want to step in and defend Roberts for just a second, even though he's a piece of shit nerd, and he needs to
Thank
be
you.
dumped in a
That's
locker.
all I want to hear.
But
Can you cut it off?
Now you may
Can
defend
you
him.
edit everything out after that? How does this work? Just edit out anything after that.
he's
Yeah.
no the
Nick, I hope
defense
neither one of us ever argue in front of the Supreme Court. This could be awkward.
the defense.
We're
of-
not arguing in front of the Supreme Court.
the def-
I'm
Just down to be
admitted to the
frank.
Supreme Court. I'm licensed.
That's all
Fuck
I'm
you.
saying.
yeah.
Yeah, I
Kurt,
tell you right
stay-
now, my
Kurt,
business
stay out of
owners
this.
have no desire to go to the Supreme Court.
No, I will say this. I do think you can see, if you read into Robert's opinions and specifically the Obamacare decision, that what Burch is saying is right. That I think Roberts philosophically is more to the right than he rules a lot of times, but I think
Right.
I think this is inappropriate personally,
Yeah,
but I
it makes
think
him despicable if you're right.
I think he takes legacy, the legacy of the Roberts court to heart when he makes decisions.
Yeah.
And
Which is totally not his fucking job.
I agree,
I
but
disagree.
Well, I actually
And
agree
I
that
agree.
that's not his job.
Yeah.
But I do think that with ACB, it gives him the ammunition to maybe rule more in the place where he wants to be, rather than trying to balance the court's opinion for legacy purposes.
I hope you're right, because he's been a supreme disappointment. And again, he wasn't appointed to burnish his own legacy. He wasn't appointed to burnish the court's legacy. He was appointed to do his fucking job. And that's a criticism I have of judges across the board. Nothing chaps me more than a judge who won't do their fucking job.
Yeah.
We give you the black robes. We toady to you. We treat you like you're some kind of god on earth.
Maybe they want mauve robes. Did you even consider that? Did you even consider it?
So I ever tell you I went to the robing thing at the Texas Supreme Court. I went to the robing chamber, which is cool.
They have a robing chamber?
Dude,
Look, I don't like judges. I like judges
lockers,
about
man.
as much as I like congressmen. I don't like them at
I
all.
don't either.
Burch is like, hang and burn the congressman, just hang the judges.
Yeah, exactly. I don't like them at all, but I do understand it from Robert's standpoint. Like the court has the only thing the Supreme Court has is public legitimacy. Yeah. And whether I disagree, I think it's mainly media that pushes something. But if people don't believe that the court has legitimacy, it doesn't have legitimacy. Like you can argue all day long what the Constitution says. You can argue all this other stuff. But if people don't think the court has legitimacy, it doesn't. And I think there's a tightrope to be walked, regardless of your actual answer as to what what you think a case should be decided as. Is to make sure that this branch, a very important branch of government, has legitimacy in the eyes of the people. Because I really do. I don't agree with this. You want to.
Okay.
He's back.
I get it. I fully accept everything you said, but Roberts, in the way he judges things and the way he sort of compromises himself, he reminds me very directly of one other person who was in the executive branch, who was fired by Trump relatively early in the administration, who made decisions in an appearance to preserve the institution.
Sessions?
You guys know who I'm talking about?
Comey.
Jeff Sessions?
Comey, that would be the right one. Yes, that's exactly right. Yes, it's exactly the same thing that Comey did. He made decisions out of a desire to preserve the institution, and he smoked his own farts, and as a result, he compromised himself out of a desire to look holier than thou. It's the same fucking problem with Roberts. He's doing the same thing Comey does, and both of them, because of their own desire, which I understand on some level, nevertheless, they come out completely corrupt from their purpose.
I think
Ty and Kurt came together in their mutual hatred of John Roberts.
Look, I don't like John Roberts. I don't like
and Burch tried to horn it.
God damn it.
Burch made it a three-way.
How did
fine.
I end up as the defender of John Roberts? I am not.
Look, all I've taken from this stream is that Burch loves Supreme Court justices more than anything else ever.
There's nothing I hate more than judges, because they tell me what I do wrong. Like, that's all they do. Fuck judges. I'm just saying, I get it. It's a... Never mind. I don't care.
And Ty and Burch came together on their mutual hatred of all judges.
Okay, gentlemen, it is actually closing in on 3 a.m. Central Time.
Holy shit! Really?
It's 4 a.m. I gotta go to bed here soon.
Yeah. So I've gotta read the chats. So I'm gonna burn through the chats that are here. If you guys want to respond to any of them in particular, feel free. But it is, mind you, that it is late. It is very, very late. Okay, so Blaine20 says, "Greetings, Ty. Hello, Steven. What's up, Dick?" Yeah, Nick. Hey, thanks. Rude. Bad Vibe says, Ty, the current sad reality is the political environment is pushing moderate left away from the hard left. We are seeing the dogma of cancel culture biting their creators. Their ideas can't coexist. We kind of covered that earlier. Darth Muppet says, Ron needs to tongue punch my fart box, which is gross. Peter Pete says, me and my liberal friend argue every day about politics. We cuss each other out, and when we are done talking, we go eat or just chase women. The deal we have is to never go hunting together. Very good. Phoenix Lord Asterman says, I think the reality of CW2, so Civil War 2, is that it won't be an actual war. We'll probably see increased violence that leads into a couple of large-scale events before we get it out of our system. We don't have the essentials for war at the moment. I kind of agree.
I think Civil War.
I think Civil War will look very different.
Nobody wanted World War I or World War II.
I think the way that we communicate.
No one wanted. Well, South Carolina wanted.
I think the way we communicate and travel will change the landscape.
South Carolina should never be involved in the goddamn useless state.
I grew up
If you live in South Carolina, you're exactly. Fuck you, South Carolina.
I went to Clemson. Screw you.
Yeah, no, fuck you. You don't get national anything.
It said about South Carolina right at this seat. It said South Carolina is too small to be a republic and too large to be a lunatic asylum.
Bunch of goddamn inbred pieces of shit.
Look. All I know for sure
in national politics.
All I know for sure is more people emigrated through Charleston than through Ellis Island. They
so we can blame them
voluntary, but they emigrated.
Yeah, because that's the only place. Like, look, it's Charleston's
they had a job waiting for
them. Abu Dhabi, but no, it's the goddamn shithole of the U.S. Fuck you, South Carolina.
Oh, I'm dying. Bad Vibes. So slightly off topic. However, with the debate over popular vote / electoral vote, if the electoral vote is bad because of unbalanced representation, then in Congress the same problem exists because both are based on the same rule. Yeah, I agree, but I want to ask a completely unrelated to that question, but related to that question that I meant to ask earlier, and it was, what do you guys think about the interstate voting compact, where the states will bind their electors to vote along with the popular vote of the nation? Do you think the Supreme Court will intervene? Discuss.
They shouldn't. I think states have the right to do it. I'm not
under the operative federal law to have an interstate compact. You do need approval of Congress, so that's a factor.
Sure.
I don't know. I will say then maybe he's right on the details, but I think states have the right to say what they want to do. And if states want to say they do it, I disagree with the overall principle, but
the funny thing is, if they didn't call it an interstate compact, they could just pass the law in their own state.
Yeah,
that's the weird thing.
I was about to say, it seems
so, Kurt,
like
are you saying
things the states could do.
Kurt, so you're saying that they would require congressional approval to do that?
Yeah, it's in the Constitution to have an interstate compact. You do need approval of Congress, the way it's written. Yes.
Now, is that part of the Constitution that matters? You know,
I guess we'll find out.
I mean,
who knows?
Who knows? I've read the Constitution a lot.
We have to determine how people are on the Supreme Court. So I guess as a factor.
Yeah, it's an interesting proposition. I think
with the caveat that Kurt points out, if he's correct, but I would agree with Burch on this. I think they're allowed to do it, however stupid it might be.
Yeah.
And of course, that's a classic example of something's going to bite them in the ass.
Oh, 100%. Like, it turns around and bites them right in the ass.
That is the only good thing
they want to do. I mean, I'm pro. I really am. Whether it favors me or not, I'm pro-federalism, and if states want to do shit that's stupid, let states do shit that's stupid.
That was the whole idea behind federalism.
Let states do what they want to do.
Now, it's remarkably short-sighted and stupid, and I personally
Kurt's
think that
smarter than I am, though.
yeah, he's obviously thought about this shit more
I've
than we
only
have.
met him for the last couple hours, and I can tell he's way smarter than me by a lot. So
yeah, I think he's smarter than you too. No, me too.
no, hey, you're right, Ty.
Hey man, that was just too easy. You can't lop those
perception by you guys.
you can't just lop those up and expect me.
Okay.
Now, obviously, Curtis thought about this shit a lot more than we have, and hats off.
So someone just brought up Awig just brought up an interesting proposition. There is nothing in the Constitution that restricts a popular vote to one person, one vote. So in theory, he says if they do that, then Arkansas can cast 100 million votes for whoever they want to win. Wouldn't that be like?
They can.
So like, but Arkansas just says. What? I mean, Arkansas says every person's vote is 4 votes. I don't know. Who knows?
Well, I mean, that would, I guess, affect the popular vote, but it wouldn't affect the electoral college.
Exactly, and that's the problem. No one.
But if the popular vote
won the popular, you can't win the popular vote.
No,
it's
but
not a thing.
What I'm saying
it's
is,
like
if you
winning the most passing yards in the Super Bowl.
Well, no,
no one wins that.
In 16, that was the great thing because my beloved Dallas Cowboys lost to the Packers that year in the playoffs. And I immediately argued that, well, based on the Hillary Clinton theory, the Cowboys should have won because they had more yardage. It was racist to award the Packers the game merely because they scored more points.
But we're talking about with the interstate compact to go ahead and vote with your electors vote based on the popular vote. Let's say some states just turn in higher vote amounts. They just double the value. Triple it.
Really?
But they don't disclose what the value is. They just say, here's the vote. Florida has 30 million votes for Trump now, or whatever.
Surely there's got to be. I mean, surely the court would say, "Nah, that's not what the Constitution."
I like it though, but
it doesn't though. It doesn't. The popular vote isn't even guaranteed in the Constitution in the first place.
But the electors are chosen by the census.
The electors are chosen by how the states. I mean, the number of electors is chosen by the census, but the electors are chosen by the number of voters in the state, or how the state determines them.
Connect the dots for me. Why does this matter?
No, because if someone wants to play stupid games, someone else is going to play stupid games.
That's the point.
And that's the point, is stop playing stupid games and just do what you're supposed to. But no one wants to do that. If Democrats won,
the main problem, guys, is
if Trump wins, no one's going to like the way things work.
Guys, the main problem is the Republicans have packed the courts by winning.
Yeah.
And we can't have that.
No.
Okay.
But Nick, I don't want to beat this to. I don't understand why that would matter.
Okay, because
if
you determine how all electors will vote based on the popular vote rather than based on their own states.
In the context of that.
In the context of that, then one state could just inflate the popular vote in their own state. Like they could say infants and toddlers can vote because, the states get to choose the manner of it. Whatever it may be.
When the stupid starts sub-referencing.
Right, exactly.
I got your point. Yeah, I'm sorry. I wasn't following that.
No, I figured. Sicky says, hey, Nick, I'm ending my sober October tonight as it's the first night of a vacation from hospital work since the lockdown. Damn. Your show has kept me educated and entertained throughout. Would you mind doing a toast with your drink? I won't drink until you do.
But I can say...
Sicky, I just tried to pour my drink with the cap on. That's probably an indication of how wise this is. But yes, I will toast a small amount with you. How's that? But I've got to do a small amount because we are a little tossed. Here you go, Sicky, for you, buddy.
For you.
Cheers to being a hospital worker in these crazy times. Thank you for doing what you do.
Hey, Nick, if we ever do a role-playing game, we've got to get Burch to play. I mean, don't we? Aren't we somehow ethically obligated?
Bad Vibe says, here's the balance. The SCOTUS rulings must be enforced by the executive branches. No enforcement is a toothless ruling. Kinda, yeah. It's the agreement that we operate on.
Well, and that was my point all along was, if they pack the court, I say that the red states simply don't acknowledge the court's authority.
Here we go. We've got LaPierre Hammer for prison. It says at Ty, Abbott left his national career without a leg to stand on before the pandemic when he said gun control should be considered. Met Florida governor when he was my representative. His first question to my request for a domestic law bill was, how does this affect Israel? Bad Dragonite says, so Nick took on an experienced lawyer in his first case. He really is Phoenix Wright. Yeah, but she was also really stupid. So Malik Foxton says, honestly, all y'all saying Ty is simping for the Amazons forget what simping is. You defend people you actually know and care about who have supported you. You simp for people who...
excuse me, I'm simping for the Amazons? What the... really?
This is way back.
I simp for people who have cash.
You simp for people who either way wouldn't give a fuck about you. There is a difference. Correct.
Yeah, the Amazons, like I said, I've actually told opposing counsel one time, I'll turn you over to them. And you'll wish I was involved in the case at this point.
Kermit the Frog says, the problem here is that we ever let women leave the kitchens. Get these bitches back in the kennels. So there's Kermit the Frog. Night of Hopex says, I'm in my early 30s.
I think that's a fair inference from what we've been saying.
Night of Hopex says, I'm in my early 30s and every classmate left of me decided I was an evil racist and stopped talking to me prior to Trump in the South. These guys are coming up communists and don't want to share a country with us. We're being pushed into Bolshevism, guys. That could be the case. Dungeon Master says, I'm guessing you don't know Sabaton, so you can just read this in Lemoyne voice. They are the Panzer Elite, born to compete, never retreat, ghost division, living or dead, always ahead, fed by your dread. Kermit the Frog says, hey, Nick, I volunteered as a poll worker. I put on my little hat and rolled up my big black pole and headed out to make a difference. When I got there, to my shock, it wasn't thought spinning and twerking, so I did my civic duty and used it for social distancing. That's disgusting. Thank you. Stokey Johnson says, question for Ty. What is one of your favorite historical moments or eras to read about, not U.S., and what are some places to read up on history that are decent and reliable? Thank you. Great fun stream tonight, gentlemen.
Not U.S. Well, of course, I'm a big fan. The Spartans. I mean,
Normie.
How do
Sorry, I'm just kidding. Go ahead. What? Okay, so Spartan era.
Campaigns of Napoleon are always cool.
Where's some good places to read on it?
To read history? Well, I mean, a library.
Fucking books.
Try
books are gay. I'm not reading books. I'm reading something else.
Put those video games down and get to a library.
If you can't, if you don't have time for books, like say you drive all the time, for example.
Okay.
I strongly recommend Dan Carlin's Hardcore History. It's
100%.
It's too damn good.
Yeah, Audible has a very good selection of historical.
No, hardcore history. If you want a Jesus Christ, you can get them for nothing essentially. And Dan Carlin, his Ghost of the Ostrom is
hardcore history.
I'm gonna do like a parody Dan Carlin video about a lawsuit one time. I'm gonna be like, well, the judges are in there, and that what they're trying to do is they're trying to reason out between the parties what's happening.
God, no, that's perfect.
That's perfect.
What a fucking abomination! But they actually look at the parties. Holy God!
It's gonna be terrible. He's gonna sue me. I'm gonna do it.
Listening to Dan Carlin talking about elephants coming over the Alps is
Hannibal.
amazing.
Hannibal. It's my personal. Yeah. That's a great place to start. Hannibal crossing the elephants over the Alps. Fucking brilliant. Tactician.
Great. Like you're just some fucking Italian and there's some goddamn elephant.
Look at it, baby. Yes.
Like that's the shit ass day. Like you're like, that's not what you expect.
Well, now you know why Rome diverted a river over the wreckage of their city. And
Death to Carthage. I get it. I would say that all day long. If motherfuckers threw elephants at me,
yeah,
death to Carthage.
The gloves are off
every day. But
the Punic Wars in general just fantastic as a point of history.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
so one of the mythical, so Rome was supposedly founded by the survivors of Troy, right?
That's the
Trojans.
legend.
That's the legend. Yeah, right. The legend.
What they say.
And so,
Aeneas.
Yeah. So Aeneas in the Aeneid, that's their cultural myth, their version of the Iliad,
Anus.
basically. Thank you, Nick. Please stop. But.
Never stop.
Never. Yeah. Stop. But yeah, for God's sakes, don't ever stop being you. But no. But the Aeneid actually covers the whole Rome Carthage entity, and it all comes down to, I'm not kidding, he didn't call her the next day.
Oh.
Aeneas shows up in Carthage, falls in love with Queen Dido, and begins to bang her, and forgets all about his destiny that Zeus has said, or Jupiter said, you got to go build the Roman Empire. So Jupiter finally says, okay, enough of that. Get back on the whole, go found the Roman Empire thing. So he just cuts and runs. He doesn't say goodbye. He doesn't tell her he's leaving. He just sneaks out.
Irish goodbye.
Sneaks out. And she goes to her balcony. She goes to her balcony. He's not in her bed. She goes to her balcony and sees the fleet leaving. It's like, from hell's heart I stand.
Pick an enemy, and
God damn it.
We'll make it our real enemy, regardless of reality.
There's something very interesting in history where you have these moments where it's like one person, and it comes up a fair amount where it's just like one person makes a decision, and it's something very sort of interesting about if that one person made a decision differently, how it would come out. It's just
there was when I was
if Paris had decided to be gay like he was.
That too, but it's not really what I was going for, but sure.
Yeah, that's
we're talking about George Washington, right?
That's a point. Well,
that would be more to the point. If George Washington decided to be king, that would be more to the point.
Yeah, very
terrifying.
As a number of Americans were
banging it.
So, Kurt, what you're talking about is what they call the great men theory of history, and there was when I was doing the whole history thing, that was in the process of being discredited by the revisionists, and I remember going to war with professors over that because I agree with you, absolutely great people. Yeah, okay, let's be politically correct, great people, but honestly, it was great men. If you don't have Napoleon Bonaparte, you have a profoundly different history of Europe.
Yes.
If you don't have Adolf Hitler, you're going to have a major war between the Germans and the rest and the world at some point, but it's going to be very, very different. And I remember sitting there going, you people are out of your fucking minds. How can you deny this? But revisionist history was the beginning of this whole delusional, we're just going to make stuff up and pretend like it didn't.
I think it's a little.
I have an ideology, and I'm gonna fit facts to make it. Yeah.
Part of the problem was a systemic defect in the way historiography was done. If you were a graduate student, you were required to write your dissertation on something new.
Yes.
Well, the problem is this is history.
Yes.
There's only so much new, and so what would happen? Yeah, well, and so what would happen is
Nick literally tried to snap his neck. He's tired of this conversation.
I'm like, I am Yakuza.
Just keep it up. But no, I mean, but that was the thing, right? They incentivized.
I
don't know how to end the conversation now. Nick's dead.
No, I think you make a slight mistake in framing it as great men, because I think it's slightly wrong.
Well, that's just what we call
it's more about the idea that because you couldn't know they're great men in advance. It's about the point of decision. And I think that faces all of us in some way. And I think it's more of a tale to take home that we all can make that decision when it comes to the point of truth that will change history, if not for ourselves, for our family. If not for our
Right.
family, then our town. If not for our town, our community. If not for our community, for our nation. And you don't know where it ends. And so it's just about
We all
making
know
those-
why.
If not for our
things.
nation, for
I was talking
Sigmar.
I was talking about a historiography, though. I mean, that's what we called it, the great man theory of history. I mean,
Sure.
that was just a title. But yeah, I mean, the idea is consistent with what you're saying. Individuals matter, and they can matter a great deal.
You don't know if any of us right now could make a decision that would change history. That's my point.
That's true.
I assume every decision I make affects history. Like, that's all I do. I wake up in the morning and I'm like, I'm fucking making history today.
That's not really where I was going with
Let
that.
me
It's
get
not
to
really
Twitter.
my point. Yeah, it's not really where I was going with
Some
that.
decisions to make.
Not really what I was trying to say.
Burch, I think that every decision you make is of historical significance too. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not really what I was trying to go for.
We agree. My
Not
Twitter
quite
is
aligned
goddamn
with where you were
important.
going, Kurt.
Okay. Knight of Hopex says, I know I razz
I'm
you.
glad you got all us geniuses together, Nick, to enlighten the world.
Knight of Hopex says, I know I razzed you a little the first time you appeared, Kurt, but you've earned a lot of respect from me tonight, pulling up with these white girl wasted sloppy drunks and trying to keep the discussion on the rails.
He really is like
Okay, that's harsh but fair.
He says
way smarter than
He says, good luck, my dude. Do it again soon. Listen, I am not white girl sloppy wasted yet.
That
Rickard
was harsh but fair.
Rickard
very
says
fair.
the biggest problem.
So.
Rickard says the biggest problem is that we gave everyone the franchise, and the only thing they need to vote is a pulse. In the case of the Democrats, they once had a pulse. Human wants and human needs are infinite. Just like a coke whore, the next bump will not be enough.
No, I've always bitterly dissented with that notion because the problem is that the minute you start putting qualifications on who can vote, people are going to rig the game.
But they started
100%.
with qualifications on who could vote.
I know. Well, right. But what I'm saying
And
is
they
this
were
whole
wrong.
idea. This whole idea. Well, if only the people who had a stake in the system could vote. Well, okay, so we're only let the property owners vote. What are the odds of property owners are going to rig the system to their benefit and to their children?
Exactly.
All of it. Shadows.
That's
Look, I'm a
naive at
property
best.
owner. I'm for it. Oh, damn it. The stream buffered. Oh, it's back.
Well,
Shadows.
that's because you're a member of the property class.
Exactly. Shadows
You'll be
King.
up against the wall when the revolution.
Shadows King 101 says early secret chat. Thank you. Kiwi Goes Live says tomorrow night Nick is dressing up as Clarence Thomas and Lady Raggeds will be ACB for Halloween. Got to keep the tradition alive. Weirdo with a cello says.
By the way,
Raggeds is pro blackface.
I 100% am. I am definitely. I cannot believe they racially discriminate on what costumes I can wear, and it pisses me off.
I know. Look, they found within the past 4 months, there's multiple women who just pretend to be black, and somehow that's wrong.
Is that not surreal?
It seems racist that you can't. I don't know. I pick my racial preference.
By the way,
and I'm not sure that even saying preference isn't. I don't even know if saying preference is okay anymore.
It's not.
I don't know.
No, I was born. I was born to do blackface. I was born to do blackface. How dare they take this away from me?
Right? Yeah,
not a
calling
choice.
it a preference is racist.
Look, I walk around and I just
born
can't help
black.
but smear paint on my face.
Yeah.
That's. Oh my god.
So, guys, presumably, hopefully, the women
Damn it,
in
it's 4 o'clock in the morning. You guys know that.
in my life are asleep. So I'm going to ask this question: is it just me, or is ACB not too hard to look at?
She's not bad.
She got a nice ass. That's my favorite picture of ACB is the zoomed in ass bit. That's all I know for her. That and she's.
When Kurt gets back, we'll have to get his
appropriate work. I don't know.
Drex gave her
But
smash.
the ass picture is really what I remember.
Drex said smash, not pass. So Weirdo with a cello says Gate and Lay. This will
smash versus pass on that.
We had to. It was required by law.
Well, definitely.
Inside, of course you do.
I will say her and Gorge top two asses.
Gorsuch?
I defer to Drexel on all matters of smashing. So
Weirdo with the cello says Gate and Lay. That will be 7 shots of Fireball. That's disgusting. Madim Reviews says, "Hey Nick, I could really use your help signing, and share a link that I'll DM you to save a friend's father. They might be hanged in Kuwait. Oh my God."
Holy
Don't
shit!
hang anyone.
Well, I'll do it.
Do we have some sort of say in this? Because I'm anti. Well, are they politicians?
Are they a congressman? No.
Yeah, because if they're not, I'm anti-hanging. If they're congressmen, I'm pro-hanging. But
Kurt, while you were gone, the question for the crew was ACB.
are you
not hard to look at, right?
Yeah. What's your favorite ass in the Supreme Court?
I'm down.
Yeah, or as Drexel said,
No, rank the Supreme Court asses.
No, I think you're
1
right.
to 9.
I think
she's going to win that contest hands down.
It's ACB. It's Gorsuch.
Kavanaugh.
Kagan.
Kagan.
Kagan. That's bullshit. Kagan's number 3.
What?
By far.
No, you can't.
Sotomayor. Then.
No, you got to.
Thomas. Thomas is at least a top 5. I mean, I don't even know. Like, this is bullshit if we're saying that Thomas isn't a top 5 ass.
Fuck all you about that prior action. Prior for days.
I'm sorry, stream. I brought this on us. I apologize. Good God.
Prior.
No. I feel like this should be the thing we've talked about the entire time.
Yeah, Breyer's an old enough man.
Where do the Supreme Court asses rank? Because
we need these lists.
I did not ask.
Blue Marvel
it's the only
says.
thing I care about now.
Blue Marvel says, "Should the First Amendment be expanded to social media?" That is a question. Some people say no.
Hell yes.
Ulash1 says Jack Dorsey came up with the idea, but proceeded to screw over all the staff that made it. Livewire has the history. Matt K says, in Kermit voice, "Where's Peacock off banging a tranny?" Maybe. Tony Neves says,
probably, but it's a hot tranny because he's a hot motherfucker. Peacock is hot as shit.
We gotta
he picks the hot chicks.
We gotta put Peacock on the Supreme Court to up the ass quotient to rival with ACB, I think.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Burch,
if Peacock were on there, he's a top 3.
Are you gonna be in Tampa at Road Rage?
That's my goal. I gotta buy tickets. I keep forgetting. But
just talk to Dick. I bet you don't have to buy tickets.
Really? I should probably do that. That's probably better than
buy tickets.
You're like
I plan
you're
on
counsel. Why would you buy a ticket? He should be buying you the ticket for your hourly rate.
What is Road Rage?
It's Dick Masterson live show.
It's the best podcast you'll listen to besides Nick.
It's it's 3 days of liquor and yelling. That's all it is.
It really is.
3 days of Masterson ranting on a podcast?
No.
Yeah.
The first day is the pre-party. The second day is the next pre-party plus a live show, and the third day is the post-party. It's beautiful.
Sounds like
hook me up because he likes you. I'm just the
he likes you too. Just message him.
Hook me up with 2 free tickets for my wife and I, and we're there. We're there regardless. I was getting ready to buy tickets.
Just send him a text and say, "Hey, I was coming with my wife and I. Do I need to buy tickets?" Just do that. Come on.
I'll do that.
Tony Neves says the best thing about Reed ending the filibuster is McConnell warned them. Glad Mitch whipped off his huge turtle cock and went in raw with them hard.
That motherfucker is a turtle.
That may be the best super chat of the evening.
I can't even get my chin that far in. It's amazing. Venticus Prime says, you might be able to still argue deceptive practices based on advertisers expecting to advertise on a free speech platform, depending on terms. Yeah, but then the advertisers have to bring it, and that's a hard thing to get them to do.
I like the argument that Kurt articulated.
I do
think
too.
it's probably the best. I think it's probably the best shot we got.
Yes. I'm the greatest. No one can doubt
Did you
me ever.
see?
Well, let's not get carried away now.
I don't want to derail, but did you see the arguments made by the stupid? I don't like the guy Shiva, the inventor of email today.
Yeah, he can fucking die.
Well, he's horrible, but he made good arguments. So, like,
No, he fucking didn't. Fuck him.
No. Did you not see? Fuck you. Did you not see like his arguments against the government making censoring off of Twitter? Government.
Well, it's a pretty big difference from whether or not the government should censor to who fucking invented email. That's a big difference.
Oh yeah. No, he's a piece of shit.
Yeah,
but
that's
today. Well, I guess yesterday.
Oh, so he said something that was reasonable today. Okay, fine. Great.
Yeah, no, did you see that? Did you see his arguments today?
I did not.
It was an interesting argument.
Nick, you must bring harmony.
He was
broke clock, man. Broke clock.
100%. Like, I don't think we're on the different. That guy's a piece of shit. But he made really good arguments today that the government censoring it, like, asking Twitter to suspend him off of Twitter.
Well, I guess it's proof of the 1,000 monkeys theorem. You know, you throw enough shit at the wall, eventually get one right. Fuck that.
You know what? You're right. I can't argue with you. And then you got the goddamn hat. I can't between your no. But seriously, like, look at he fucking made really good arguments today against Twitter. It was surprising for that guy because he's a horrible person, but he made good arguments today.
You know what I love about this stream? You know how many times we've had, fuck you. No, fuck you. And then 2 seconds later, it's like, but hey, you know, everything's cool. I'm dying. It's so great.
That's how men are. The only question I have is, did he hate Twitter or not?
No, he hates Twitter, but the guy's an idiot in general. But the government, actually, the state of Virginia, petitioned to have him kicked off of Twitter, and that was his argument. That's a state action. Yeah, and the court was buying into it, and he's kind of right. Like, I don't want to be on this guy's side because he's a piece of shit, but he's right. Like,
I kind of think he is right. I think that's a government entity trying to suppress someone's speech.
And that's what they said. That's in fact, the judge in the middle of oral arguments was like, that seems like that's a free speech violation. And so
wait, so he argued that Twitter kicking someone off was a state action?
No, the state.
No, the state, like, so state actors said, hey, Twitter, kick this guy off.
Oh.
So the state of Virginia was asking Twitter to kick him off, and he's arguing that that's a First Amendment violation.
That is, absolutely.
Yeah, and the guy's a piece of shit in general. Like, Kurt's right. But he's got a good point here. No. And it was an interesting argument. I don't know if anyone followed that today, but it was
my position. My position is 100% consistent. I think he should be allowed to speak. He should be allowed to have a Twitter. He should be allowed to say whatever crap he wants, and then we can just point him out as the fool he is. It's fine, no problem. Censoring just deprives me of the privilege of pointing out what an asshole he is. Why would I want that shit?
Exactly.
We're violently agreeing. Yes.
Yeah. Now let's fight. Blue Marvel.
But it was a huge oral argument today. If you haven't looked it up, you should look it up because
the state defends
it's the first time I've agreed with this guy in an oral argument, and he's actually doing well.
What's the remedy? What's the remedy that he's asking for?
I don't actually know. I think so it's funny because the whole thing got mooted because they agreed to not ask for Twitter. the state agreed to not ask Twitter to kick him off until November 3rd, which I guess is Monday, but it essentially ended the TRO hearing.
We're gonna unask. We're gonna unask. We already did, but we're gonna unask for now.
Right?
I love court.
It was a weird remedy. Like the judges never made a ruling, but it was an interesting oral argument, and it seemed like the state was losing. And when the government's losing, it makes me happy. So it was an interesting thing. You should really look it up because the guy's a piece of shit, but this argument today was a pretty cool argument.
Unfortunately, the law works even for shitheads.
Okay, real quick, for the detractors,
that's how I make my money.
For the detractors in the chat, we will still have one movie tonight. It will be Creepshow 2, just so you know. Okay, now we've got, you guys won't, I will. Blue Marvel says a vote for Kanye West is a vote for a killer soundtrack. Cold Wolf says, hey, Rackets, did you hear about Sony possibly buying Crunchyroll? Thoughts on the anime monopoly shenanigans? Like, they're not a monopoly. They have huge competition with Amazon and with Netflix. So it's messy, though. Sakaki Onsai says, ask not what your country can do for you, but you can do for Trumpers. Hashtag Wellstone 2. Hashtag Biden is a disaster zone. Hashtag drink. Oh, my God. That guy's a disaster. What, Ty, were you saying something?
I said Biden.
Yeah. Tet says, the world must know. Best Halloween candy. Reese's Cups. Yes. Butterfinger. Snickers. Yes. Or Three Musketeers. F whoever gives raisins or pencils.
Fuck you. It's Baby Ruth. Every time, #1 Halloween candy.
I'm telling you.
Not even close.
Reese's Peanut Butter Cup. 2 Ritz crackers.
Okay, that's an abomination.
No, it's not. Ty, don't you dare.
Now.
This is ordained by God, and I will fight you to the death over it. If you take a Reese's Peanut Butter Cup, the big one, and you put a Ritz cracker inside it, the ridges line up.
Yeah,
because I am a giver.
I've never tried it.
A great many things, Nick, but this is one indulgence I will not grant you.
You are an uncivilized, uncouth heathen. I'm telling you, it is magnificent. You take, you make a sandwich, 2 Ritz crackers, 1 Reese's Peanut Butter Cup, and if you're real daring,
he's just going to make ever more unreasonable demands.
If you're a true connoisseur, you will take a bite, you will enjoy it very much, and then you will dip it in milk so that the milk gets inside the chocolate shell for your second bite.
To my point.
It is so good. I'm not even kidding. My favorite thing.
I enjoy a Halloween candy that doesn't need that much work.
Well,
hence the Baby Ruth.
The salt with the chocolate is so good.
Too. I like Snickers too.
Snickers is pretty good too.
Yeah.
I don't want a lot of work with my Halloween candy.
Vienticus Prime says, so anyone with tattoos really has a tailored look? Kind of. Except the tattoo artist often owns the tattoo art, which is weird. A weird thing for people. Blue Marvel says,
would have been something cool to talk about earlier tonight.
Blue Marvel says, if Joe Biden gets elected, what happens with the Hunter Biden investigation? Oh, it disappears real quick.
No, or
it disappears regardless. The extent it exists now.
Does it become the basis to get Joe to resign so that Kamala can take over?
No, he'll just do it willingly.
Yeah, maybe.
Right. We're pro people who enslave people.
Hillary will. Hillary's gonna call Joe.
A politician more than I've hated Kamala Harris.
How stupid would you have to be to put yourself between Hillary Clinton and the presidency?
No, I'm just saying.
It takes the balls that Kamala Harris has. Big ass balls.
Joe will get a phone call from a Clinton, maybe Chelsea or whatever, in 2022, and he will step down happily. Or 2023, I mean. Okay, Jason of the Great Awakening says, second open letter from the based Archbishop of Ulpania to President Trump is worth a read in context of lockdowns being not what they say they are for. Also mentioned Gates and Biden. Okay. On him CM says, I love seeing most of my favorite lawyers in one place. Ty needs to spend an hour with Barnes dunking on Legal Eagle. Ty would have to watch Legal Eagle for that, and I wouldn't subject that to anyone.
Okay.
Macca Jr. Macca Jr. says, no Dumford or lemons. You call this a lawyer stream? Jillian Seed says, Indiana's on the verge of tossing out their
lock. Don't have 24 Twitter threads to. Never mind.
Jillian Seed says, Indiana is on the verge of tossing out their lockdown rhino governor in favor of a libertarian named Don Rainwater. Rainwater has raised serious cash and is promising to end this lockdown on day one. Do it. Macca Jr. says you should play Ghost of Tsushima. It's brutal. Kay Gibson, thank you for the donation.
Tsushima was the battle that the Japanese defeated the Russians in 1904.
Ty, it's a video game.
Oh.
Imperial Click your history.
Pay
attention to the new.
Hey man, get off me, man. Get off me.
I was with you, Ty.
Imperial.
Sorry, the nerd just came out.
Look, when the video game player is telling someone else that they're a nerd, we know we're in dangerous times.
Yeah.
Imperial Fister says, greetings, Inquisitor Rackets, longtime lurker, first time poster. Hey, thank you. Just wanted to thank you for helping me be more interesting at family dinners. You're welcome. Just another person says.
Don't talk about anything we talk about today at your family dinner. Talk about how you love your family. Don't talk about this shit.
Unless it's about
family.
Unless it's about using thoughts to create a new social media wave. Just another person says Walmart didn't remove the guns. They moved them somewhere else. They can't get stolen. You just have to ask for it instead of grab them. Sure. Jason of the Great Awakening says, Ty's seen it. They lost the game. The players know and are just going through the motions. All they can do is delay the looking glass. Eddie Mose 1000 says, as a resident of Metro Detroit and a member of management at Walmart, they have no idea what the fuck they are doing. Sakaki Onsai says, well, that's one way to get some tail, Ty. I don't remember what that was, but I'm sure it was good advice. Brendan Harris says,
probably when my cat decided to come up and
probably. Brendan Harris says, as a Zoomer who barely knows
anything.
anything.
Like Ty, you don't have to try that hard to get tail.
As a Zoomer who barely knows anything about law, how different is Napoleonic law compared to normal law? Love your streams. Visit New Orleans sometimes. It's actually.
It sucks. I mean,
it's
French.
It's property. Property rights are weird. That's the main difference.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. They don't have things like trusts. You know, trusts are an English common law thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
and fuck Napoleon.
Yeah,
fuck
the
French. If you're from Louisiana, I hate you. Shit ass. Fucking talk normal. That's all I gotta say. Like, why can't you talk normal? I don't understand. Fuck you.
I am from Louisiana, but
yeah, fuck you, Ty.
This lawyer I know said y'all need to talk right. I go,
right.
Where that some bitch at?
Where
that some bitch at? We gonna bring him on down the bayou.
I say, yeah, we're gonna have a word with him.
Vienticus Prime says the best solution to immigration is to stop invading countries and funding coups. That handles both sides' concerns. Mars Ultor says, question for Ty. Are the Amazons named after the classic Greek myth, or are you a fan of Tom Kratman?
I don't
know either of those people.
I'm a big fan of Kratman. You know what? I think so Kratman wrote a book called The Amazon Legion, but I think actually I came up with that before I ever saw Kratman's book. I think it just one of those weird little coincidences. And mine are the Amazon Legion of Doom.
Right.
Actually, so the Amazon Legion is a really good sci-fi book. It basically goes through how you would actually create a coherent, competent female military force. Kratman is a very smart guy, ex-military.
Well, that's some goddamn science fiction.
Damn it, Burch!
Let me cut to the chase. One of the big problems with letting women be in combat is male and female relations are going to be what they are, and I don't care. You know, it's not going to work. You're going to wind up with some form of prostitution. You know,
Angry Baneling says, Ty, that is a very...
You can't...
you're still going?
So the way Kratman dealt with it was this hypothetical military force assigned gay men to be the officers and NCOs.
There you go. That's what you gotta do.
The women could, there was no, anyway, it's a great novel. Great series. Part of the series.
Angry Baneling says, Ty, that is a very formal old man shirt. He also says, listen, if you absolutely have to bomb something, start with China and India. It will solve a lot of resource problems and fix overpopulation.
I think it should be considered.
Dakota Kronos, welcome to the lawyer level of the members. Thank you. Jason of the Great Awakening says, Ty gets it. We're ready to rock, General. Rhinosaurus Rex says, I think currently the war we are in is for the social and cultural heart of the country. I don't think we're at the point of blood and bullets yet. Vienticus Prime says, two things to prove Ty wrong: the Incan Empire and Twitter censoring the New York Times Biden laptop article. Jason says shoulder pads and big hair were the best part of the 80s. Not shoulder pads, no.
Yeah, women that like linebackers, I just wasn't a big fan. Now, the big hair, I did like the big hair.
Here's why. He says it proved the so-called elites had no connection to reality. It's worse since. Climb BMX says, as a Canadian, I'm unable to lawfully support the RNC, so I support Trump supporters. Trump 2020. Alex 1607 says, quote of the night, light the slang for female dog. Light the bitches on fire and she shuts up. Steve Burch 2020. The John Beck says non-commerce is commerce. Silence is violence. WTF. Radioactive Man 487 says, we, the court, find the idea of stacking the court is acceptable on the basis of the Commerce Clause. Don't like it. Take a number and wait in line. Gawker's Death Rattle says, Ty had a heated one-on-one with a colleague over immigration. When I asked if there's any reason at all to justify limits on immigration, he replied, no. In my opinion, that's not a viewpoint. That's dogma.
Yep.
Mars, I agree too.
By the way, we have a very substantial immigration department in my firm. So,
I
mean, it's stupid. It's just like, we just have nothing. Just come in. I don't know. People don't think through the consequences of their actions.
They don't care.
Says the guy that's been drinking all night.
Listen,
and it's goddamn 4:30 in the morning.
We're almost done.
In general, it's a bad idea to not think through the consequences of your actions.
Mars Ultor says, I think what a lot of people miss about the way the founders is that they lived at a time when politicians and judges were tarred and feathered. Fair point.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Batgoat says Burch rules.
I agree. That guy. Who's that guy? What's his name?
Batgoat.
That guy motherfucking knows what he's talking about.
I agree too.
Let's talk about the pros of that guy.
I would add that Burch rules with a firm but fair hand.
No, not fair.
Unfair.
But yes,
very unfair.
I do rule.
Omeow Comic says, if you like hardcore history, check my fantasy comic, Oi, Bardic Fury 4, the Banshee Vale Horror Show on Indiegogo. Bards and Druids in Iron Age, Ireland. Check it out, guys. Oh, shit. I missed this one. Nova Zero says, I urge everybody involved to do what they can to immediately fail No Nut November. It is a dangerous idea that must be confronted with action. Also, Ty, I recommend pre-Enlightenment Italy for study. Carthage must end.
Carthage must end. And also, I will confront No Nut November with action.
Yes, me too.
Lots and lots of self-action.
It is bullshit, and it should never be a thing. Lord,
I don't get the reference.
No
Nut November. What?
Nut is a
masturbate.
Don't masturbate November.
No, it's not just no masturbation. Nut is a colloquial of ejaculate. So it's celibacy November entirely.
I'm so glad that I asked for a clarification on that point.
Look, you walked into this open grave.
I did.
Oh, you're going to walk into my Nut November. That's what you're walking into.
Lord, oh Christ, we have to end this
mercy.
stream before it's the 1st of November. Lord Shulk says, time for an intellectual debate. Knee pits or armpits, which is sexier? Knee pits.
Knee pits? God damn it, of course.
No, knees for sure. Knees.
Yeah, it's not even close.
Storm.
Kurt even agree. If Kurt agrees, you know you were in the right.
What kind of fucking question is this? Knees for days, baby.
100%.
Kurt would never make it as a member of the Muslim faith. Stormcrow 900 says there is no state of Virginia. It is the Commonwealth of Virginia. Also, fuck Virginia.
Fuck what Virginia wants to say. There's nothing that pisses me off more than motherfuckers who are like, we're Commonwealth. Fuck you. You're a state, just like everyone else. You're a goddamn state. Fuck your Commonwealth bullshit.
Unlike
no one gives two shits
Pennsylvania?
what you think about yourself.
Pennsylvania,
Fuck you, Virginia,
Kentucky,
you're
no?
worse than goddamn Louisiana.
Massachusetts, no.
you.
Okay.
He says also fuck Virginia GOP for being never Trumpers and losing with grace. Nix Hex says
Grace, I'm not a big fan of.
Nix Hex says, please have Lemons, Dunford, and T-Greg on for the next Smooth Brain panel. Look, I don't have enough ammo. I don't have enough ammo to end my own life for that. Bad Dragonite with the final chat says Burch won. So there you go. He wins. All right, guys.
I think I concede on to Burch.
No. It's definitely a tie between Kurt and Ty, and
I had the
I'm
easiest
just here
job.
Drunk. I don't know why I'm here.
I had the easiest job tonight. It was great. All right, guys. Well, thank you, gentlemen of the panel. If there's any last words you want to say, let's open with Kurt. Go check out his channel. It's in the description. Make sure you go like it, subscribe, share his video.
Channel, assuming that you screw the description up.
I said open with Kurt.
Open with Kurt.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'll just simply say that I really enjoyed this panel and enjoyed meeting my guests. It was a wonderful time. Please check out my channel. I do Supreme Court review and Court of Appeals review principally, and had a wonderful one today where I responded to some batshit crazy wannabe lawyer who graduated from law school and failed the bar exam, and it just went downhill from there. It was.
I got to see that one.
It's beautiful.
It was interesting on some level, I guess. I don't know. Check that out. Thanks for
Spare the
checking me
rod,
out. Thanks,
spoil the
baby.
child, Kurt. You're doing God's work.
Yep.
All right, Mr. Burch, any closing words?
Oh, yeah. If you're in the Central Florida area, there's a goddamn 72-inch floating vanity that we bought that doesn't fit in our house. Please buy it. It's seriously, I'll give you a discount. I really need you to buy it. It's a contention between my wife and I. It's a big point, but it's beautiful. Buy it. I'd love you if you bought it. But
what kind of wood is the floating vanity?
I'm assuming oak.
Okay, it's kind of light colored then.
I don't know. Yes.
It sounds great.
Whatever. Do you want it to be oak? It's oak.
It's got to be
whatever
birch.
You want it to be.
It's got to be birch
just
wood.
Fucking buy it, because I've got floating vanities in my bathrooms, and yet in my spare bedroom, I have a floating vanity just sitting here that doesn't fit in either of them. They cost a lot of money, and I just want it out. And please buy it. Just take it. Just
the
take
best
it from
part
my
of this.
house.
I understand everything you're saying so intimately that it's sad. I get it so much. I'm like, just please get this shit out of my house.
Please take this burden from me.
It's a problem. It causes fights. Just take it. Take it from my house. That's all I ask.
Look,
it's a 72-inch floating vanity. It's amazing. Just take it.
You can
take
fit.
It. That's all I want.
You can fit
Take
2
it
homeless
from me.
people in that. Put it under an overpass. Oh my god.
Yeah. It's all I ask.
You can't just throw it out. You can't throw it out.
I would, but
No, you gotta break a window. This is the tough spot you're in. You gotta break a window and say someone stole it.
Yeah, I'm this close. If I wouldn't have bought hurricane windows, I'm 100% in. But you can't break a hurricane window because they're goddamn hard.
All right.
It's-
Okay, Ty, any final comments?
Well, who can argue with that? No, I had a great time. Good to meet you, Kurt. Burch, as always, it's a massive pleasure. But Stream, thank you. Real quick, I wanted to ask just who wins Tuesday night for president?
You think Biden?
Yeah.
I think it's Biden. I just don't know. I mean, but I've been wrong every time. I didn't think.
Gun to your head. Gun to your head. There's not you have to say one or the other. Just gun to your head.
I think it's still Biden. I hope I'm wrong, but it's Biden.
I think Trump will pull it off. I really do, because I have faith in the law of chaos and sadness that will befall everybody else. It's too funny for Trump to lose. So I'm hoping he wins because of that. Because I want to spend election night just laughing. But we'll see.
I think Trump wins for reasons totally unrelated to what you said, Nick. But
Listen,
I like your theory better, actually.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
Look, cosmic irony is the winner.
Yeah. Well, I say Trump. Nick says Trump. You guys say Biden. We shall see.
Divided Supreme Court. Get Amy Coney Barrett in here so we can compliment her ass and then get her to cast the deciding vote.
Very nice ass.
Okay, and finally, Angry Baneling says StarCraft 2 is greater than Warhammer 40K. Uncivil Law knows it. If he does, he's
Take
incorrect.
that back.
He's incorrect. It's okay
Take
though.
that back.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Well, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. Stream, it's been a pleasure. I'm ending this thing. Thank you so much. Have a good night, guys. Come over to Twitch, Creep Show 2, final Halloween horror movie. Peace.